Hey, kid named Finger, if that's your real name, congratulations on passing the Ohio State bar. You are the greatest legal mind I have ever known. Oh, and as your old pal Chuck says, have some more chicken, have some more pie. Doesn't matter if it's boiled or fried. Have a happy Monday. Better call Saul Day.
Oh, shit. Hey. Good morning, evening, or afternoon, fellow citizens of the cosmos. My name is Clay Devil, and welcome to a little bit of a different stream than what we've done in the past. We, today, are going to be exploring an iceberg of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul content on YouTube. This is just because I recently finished Better Call Saul and I started diving into this stuff, and I have watched way too much of this content. Just tens of hours worth, maybe hundreds at this point. Hopefully not. Not always active watching. Sometimes I'm like playing a game on the side, but sometimes this stuff just sucks me in. And we're gonna talk about how that happened and why. Now, let me pop up this iceberg for you, because we're gonna start off with some different things. It might start off obvious, and maybe you've seen all of these, but hopefully I can expose you to something new today. So first, the obvious ones, behind the scenes and bloopers. So getting into that, we won't do too many of these, but let's see if maybe we can find like a best of video here. It's a long one. Yeah, we'll just watch some different little bloopers videos. Oh, this is just behind. Well, I guess behind the scenes and bloopers are pretty synonymous.
I took care of business just like I'm taking. I got it this time, I promise. You're gonna have your reel. Yeah, it's coming.
Aaron Paul has such a fun relationship.
Okay, I got it. I have
with
a
all
lot,
of the
just
cast,
like
I feel like.
I
But
took
especially
care of
Bryan
business.
Cranston, obviously.
I know. I saved the stash. Watch. You know what? Two dudes try to rob us, and I saved the stash. I took care of business, just like I'm taking care.
All right, you get the picture. Oh wait, no, I love this one.
That's what you think. I'm gonna get a gun. I'm gonna go to his house and shoot him in the head. You hear me? I do.
Okay, I do love that blooper. That's like one of my favorites. I love Mike in general. I probably need to turn up the volume a little bit, so I'll do that. Let's see. Well, I also don't have the YouTube chat out. That's probably a bad idea. Here, let's, there we go. I should be able to see everybody's little messages, if and when they pop in. Okay, so that's kind of a baseline. I don't know. I don't feel like I need to dig too deep into like behind the scenes or bloopers, especially because those are sometimes from some litigious folks. So next up on the iceberg, we have some more original content. We've got ranking videos and we've got basic analysis. So here's the thing. This is where some shit talking starts, and I apologize. But the thing is, I don't hate all ranking videos, and some of the basic analysis videos I also like. Now, I'm more of an in-depth, like, character-based person. We'll get more into that pretentious stuff later. But off the bat, some of these ranking videos we're gonna pull up here. So let's see. These all share common issues, I feel like. A lot of them do. See, here's... See, I feel bad. Okay, maybe we start somewhere else. Because I'll circle back to the main talking point I have on this piece of the iceberg. Let's try this one. I don't even know if I've seen this Source Brew one. I think I have.
It's
but-
finally time. Breaking Bad, a show that needs no introduction. Everyone knows what it is, everyone's
Okay,
seen it.
so
and
are
it's
you
pretty
gonna
much
introduce it?
recognized as the greatest TV show of all time, which is a pretty crazy feat. But even all these years later, it's still one of the most praised and talked about series ever. Even in the golden age of television, this was the one that stood out above the rest. So what made Breaking Bad so special? Was it the great writing, amazing performances, cinematography?
Okay. I guess it's not that bad, but he says it needs no introduction, and then we spend like 15 minutes dwelling on introducing it.
The plot, characters. Well, it doesn't really boil down to just one element. Rather, I think Breaking Bad is the perfect storm when it comes to everything that makes a good TV drama series. And so today, like I did already with Better Call Saul, we're going to rank every episode of this masterpiece of a series. Also, if you disagree with any of the placements on this list, or have your own top 5 or top 10 list, make sure to drop it down below. I'd love to read your guys' thoughts.
I will give this video more credit if it just speaks about them in the order that they're ranked, rather than, you know, doing it in the order of the series and then breaking down the ranking afterwards. I like the Schaefer list style more, if you're familiar, where it's just kind of like, hey, I'm going to just talk about these in the order that they're ranked from bottom to top, typically. And I feel like that flows a lot better. And it removes a lot of unnecessary clutter in the video. I've seen, like, I feel like if you're watching a video like this, you've seen Breaking Bad. You've presumably, I mean, you know, if you're watching a Better Call Saul one, you've typically seen Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Not saying everybody has. But whenever I'm watching those, it's like, I don't need it to be in the order of the series. And here's a problem that I'm not going to lie, this will probably have, because almost every ranking video I've seen has this. It's going to spend a lot more time breaking down the plot of the episode than it does breaking down what they think of the episode. And at that point, it's like I'm reading a Wikipedia article. And sometimes, you know, like Beat Rice, for example, will sprinkle in funny little edits, and I think that's nice. There's some merit to that, but there's maybe like 15 minutes of that throughout the entirety of the video. In the Breaking Bad video's case, a 4-hour-long ranking video. And I'm not saying they do not offer any substantive criticism, but the issue is they spend so much more time breaking down the plots of these episodes. Typically, again, I'm wishful thinking. I haven't seen this Source Brew one. I don't think. Maybe I have. But maybe they do spend more time breaking down what they think than what the plot of the episode is. But that's not a commonality. That would be an exception to the rule. A lot of the time, and we'll pull up multiple examples here, they are just breaking down the plot of the episode. And then some of these channels don't even say anything. They break down the plot of the episode and they're like, yeah. And then they move on. And it's like, what's the fucking point of... Well, I know what the point of making your video is. Talking about it, you know, long enough to draw me in. You know, I like Breaking Bad. You want to make money from your content. But geez, in terms of, again, substantive criticism, I don't really think it plays. But let's see. I'm hoping that's not the case here.
Thoughts on this. And also make sure to stick around to the end of the video to hear my closing thoughts on if I was really being hyperbolic or not with my comparison of Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, and I'll break down once and for all which I believe is the better series. But without further ado, this is every Breaking Bad episode ranked. Number 62, Shotgun.
Okay, hey. They're doing what I said I like. So they are numbering this in the order that they enjoy it in the series. So I like that off the bat, at the very least.
In my opinion, the weakest episode of Breaking Bad, but still not a bad episode of television. None of them are, really. Even the slowest and weakest entries still have great scenes, and this episode is no different. It's just that it is kind of slow-paced, and some moments and plot beats are a bit contrived. First of all, it starts with Walt freaking out, understandably thinking Jesse is going to be killed, and possibly even him too, but no. For some reason, instead of killing him, Mike takes him out to drives out in the desert and other places to pick up dead drops. Jesse really thinks he's him, but Mike tells him he's not that guy.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Yeah.
But Gus and Mike are getting their claws into Jesse slowly but surely, realizing he can be exploited in a way that Walt can't, because he's actually loyal and has a heart. I'm honestly surprised though that Jesse went back to pick up Mike. Like, bruh, this guy just tried to kill you like a few episodes ago, which in real time was like, what, like a few weeks ago maybe? Walt and Skylar also finally buy the car wash from Bogdan, and Walt actually struggles in the lab without Jesse's help, which is kinda surprising. Hank is finally through with the investigation, thinking Icenberg was Gale, case closed, right?
Okay, see, again, little sprinkled tidbits of thoughts and opinions, but we're just digging into the plot of the episode. We're just regurgitating. Oh, I forgot to fucking you. I don't know what I was gonna say. There we go, Iceberg. Okay, now we know where we're at. We're at. My hand can't. All right, whatever. But yeah, why do we need to spend so much time dwelling on the plot of the episode? I plan on potentially. I really like these series. The Vince Gilligan, Peter Gould have worked on. Peter Gould more so, obviously, in the Better Call Saul sense. And so I'll probably make videos on both of the series. Maybe I will even do a ranking video. But you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to spend 75 to 90% of the span of each ranking, spend it like talking about the plot of the episode. What's the point of that? Because it's good if it's a platform for additional criticism. Let's see how this is used.
Until Walt has an ego moment and wants all the credit, telling Hank that this Icenberg may still be out there and that this Gale wasn't actually his guy, which actually motivates Hank to keep going. And this was obviously a terrible call on Walt's part because he starts to look further into the case and discovers Los Pollos Hermanos, but I have no problem with this scene. Actually, I think it's the best in the episode and well in line with Walt's character and personality. But it's just compared to the other episodes, this one stands out as a bit weaker in my opinion. Number 16.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the criticism. The criticism is, nah, it's all right. He spent like fucking 20 seconds talking about what he actually thought about the episode total, cumulatively across like little tidbits, while he was just regurgitating the plot of the episode for like 2 minutes. I don't understand. I've seen the show. That's why I'm watching the ranking, man. And again, if you were using it as a platform for additional criticism, that's fine. But let's see, what was the additional criticism here?
So this one stands out as a bit weaker in my opinion. Number...
This episode's a little bit weaker. Motherfucker! You gotta either be more concise or elaborate more on what you actually think about the content. And this is not an isolated incident. This is like almost every Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul ranking. We'll give this one like a couple more. In fact, let's go down the line. Let's go down the line to episodes they like a little more. And let's hear what they think there. And maybe there's some more criticism here. Because maybe they care more about this.
Very underrated episode in my opinion. Starts out really strong with the death of Combo, killed by a kid, which is pretty unexpected. So Walt and Jesse have to deal with that, Jesse being more concerned over the death of his friend, and Walt more worried about them looking weak on the street. So they brainstorm with Saul, and it's a fantastic scene. So many great lines.
Let's start with some tough love, all right? Ready for this? Here goes. You two suck at peddling meth, period.
Saul also knows a guy who knows a guy who knows another guy, which might actually be an extra guy in there unless you count the vet in that picture, but still, we finally get introduced to Gus and Los Pollos Hermanos, and let me tell you, no one watching this episode without spoilers expected that this guy was the kingpin, like come on. Somehow though, Walt is able to figure it out and meet with him, although Gus is having second thoughts because of Walt's partner, Jesse. Meanwhile, Jesse and Jane are getting high, and I gotta knock this episode down a few points though for the cringiest moment in TV history, and you all know what I'm talking about.
You don't. Why do you have to show me this?
Skylar also finds out that Ted is embezzling money through his company to keep it afloat, which I gotta admit I didn't understand a whole lot about the first time I watched the show. I mean, I was like 13, but definitely makes sense considering the financial turmoil of the times. And then we get that crazy ending where Skylar goes into labor and Walt is forced to choose literally between his family and his business, either meeting with Victor to give him the product or seeing his child be born. And we all know which he chose. Great.
Okay, so laid out the plot of the episode, gave some tiny pieces of thoughts and opinions, and now that we've laid all of that out, now that we've spent a lot of time talking about the plot, let's see what they have to say.
Great scene, great episode.
Fuck! Come on, man! God damn it! He didn't say anything.
And his business, either meeting with Victor to give him the product or seeing his child be born. And we all know which he chose. Great scene, great episode.
I don't understand why you would spend so much time making a ranking breakdown of a show you have so little interest of talking about your thoughts on. Like you just want to read a slight variation of the Wikipedia breakdown of every episode of the show. And again, it seems like I'm picking on Sourcebrew right now, so I'm going to move on to a different one. But again, this is the landscape. This is not one person. Let's go H&N Films. So let's see what we got here.
In the past, I've ranked every episode of both Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad.
I bet you
all
have.
that's left to do is combine them to create the ultimate ranking of the entire Breaking Bad universe. And that means everything, including both shows, El Camino, and even Slipping.
Here's the thing, that does seem extreme. But then we look over here, and Beat Rice took 9 hours alone to just talk about Better Call Saul's episodes. So, you know, I guess 3 hours and 15 minutes for the entire universe is not too bad, comparatively speaking.
Those Breaking Bad mini-sodes in the video, or those like BetterAll Saul, Pollos Hermanos training videos or anything like that, as I've already got enough to talk about.
Those are fucking better than Slip and Jimmy. Why would you talk about that?
My previous rankings will find a lot of this familiar, but my opinions on Better Call Saul have changed quite a bit since the last time I talked about it, so be on the lookout for that. With the sheer amount of episodes in this list, a lot of the placements around the middle are going to be pretty arbitrary, up until the top 50 or so. We've got over 130 episodes to cover, so let's not waste any more time and jump into my ultimate ranking of the entire Breaking Bad universe.
I do like him pairing that jumping clip of Lalo with him saying jumping, but that's because I'm stupid. Okay. What do you got, H&N? Don't just break down the plot.
133. The Exorcist.
I'm not watching the Slip and Jimmy shit. We're not doing this. We're not. Okay, there we go.
Snow Globe.
Oh no, that's a.
Shows MC YouTube channel. Number 100.
Can we get into the actual show?
Down.
There we go.
This episode is not really bad per se, but it isn't exactly the most fun time in the world. Down is fittingly a downer episode, where Jesse has to deal with constant failure, while Walt has to deal with Skylar not wanting anything to do with him after the whole second cell phone debacle. This episode
okay, at least he
continues
frames
the
it a little
trend
bit.
of a pointless black and white teddy bear cold opens, which I just don't care for at all, but we'll talk more about those later on. Jesse is broke and needs money from Walt, but he only gives him $600 because he's a stingy. Then his parents kick him out of his house because he's such a screw-up. I do like the scene of Jesse and his mum because you can kind of sympathize with both sides of the argument.
Bitch!
Then we have the scene where Jesse tries to rekindle his friendship with his guy from high school, but he gets rejected there as well. Eventually he finds a new home in a porta potty. Meanwhile, Walt tries to get Skylar to stop thinking he's a liar, which doesn't work because he's a liar. He takes his rage out on Jesse, and
At least I'll say H&N is spending, still a decent amount of time just dwelling on the plot of the episode. However, he's at least being a little funnier when it goes through it, so I can respect that. We're not just, throwing in a clip and then doing a little emoji meme after it.
and they have a fight for the ages in the RV. Jesse wins and gets his money, while Skylar gets judged for smoking while being pregnant. Just kind of a whatever episode, honestly.
No, but then you... Question for you, H&N. Why? Why was it a whatever episode? Can you answer that? I'm sure you can. You didn't in this video. You recapped the plot, you said a couple of scenes that you liked, which I do appreciate. Source Brew did the same thing. And you made it a little funny. And that's it. We're still in Wikipedia land right now.
125.
See if that
Cancer
changes.
Man.
This episode is where everyone finds out about Walt's cancer and the ramifications of that. Skylar tries to blame the chemicals Walt worked with 20 years ago. Marie immediately jumps into working out the best next move.
Well, that's
for
just
him,
silly.
and
Chemicals
assures
can't
him
give
that
you
he'll take care
cancer.
of the family if the worst happens, which Walt doesn't seem to appreciate. Walt isn't interested in getting treatment, so Junior calls him out for being a bitch. This episode is the first time we see Skinny Pete and Combo, who are very impressed with Jesse's new product. He tries to stay at his parents' house for a bit, but doesn't even manage to last the whole episode before being kicked out. Jesse goes to Walt's house for a BJ and pays him $4,000. Walt takes his anger out on the infamous Ken Wins, who can't seem to catch a break from these Sigmas messing with him, and does an epic walking away from explosion moment.
Okay. Hopefully there's some elaboration here, but again, where we're at right now is we have almost exclusively recapped the plot with this one. We haven't really even pointed out scenes that we like. I say we as in H&N. But hopefully there's some elaboration here. There was at least one joke, so that's something. But let's see what they actually think about the episode.
Number 100.
Fuck. What gives, man? What's with all of this? Are we all just reading Wikipedia? Are we feeding it to ChatGPT and then we're like, what jokes can I also add into this? I know. Well, and we're just getting started. Thankfully, I framed this iceberg in a way where, as we get towards the bottom, we're gonna get into content that I actually like more. So I'll recover, I'm sure. I hope. Maybe. Fucking slippin' Jimmy. But again, I gotta give H&N some credit. Maybe they just don't care that much about these episodes. And that's why they are not being, super in-depth with their criticism or getting really into their thoughts, and they're exclusively just hitting the plot beats and throwing in one joke and one or two fun facts. But yeah, let's go to and here's another thing I appreciate. They do rank this in order, like I talked about before. So another point in their column. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I like this episode. This episode's great. So I'm sure he will have a lot to say about it. You know what I mean? I think I'm correct.
Jimmy goes full Saul mode and bamboozles everyone, including Ken.
after Wexler v. Miguel.
The cold open.
7. Plan and execution.
Okay. Plan and execution. Fantastic
This
episode.
is currently
One of the
the
best.
highest rated episode.
Oh yeah,
of
this
the
is
show,
gonna
but
spoil
only
you,
one
Grace. So
with
don't watch
9.9
this.
rating on IMDb, and it's easy to see why. Jimmy and Kim's trolling against Howard finally all comes together, and it's really everything you could possibly want. The film crew returns one more time for a photo shoot, and it's a great send-off to some of the best side characters in the show. Unfortunately, we never got to find out if they were the ones making the Saul commercials in Breaking Bad, but I guess you can't have everything. The reveal that Howard's PI was actually working for Jimbo and Kim all along was a pretty crazy moment, especially with how quickly it happened.
We're getting
The
some
mediation
thoughts.
at HHM goes down as terribly as you would expect, with pretty much all the major lore characters plus Irene Landry there to witness Howard's
don't watch this.
downfall. This is his last episode in the spotlight, and Patrick Fabian just nails every single scene. He does seem to convince Cliff that it's all Jimmy's fault, but it doesn't end up mattering because the clients are more important at the end of the day.
I don't know if he
Meanwhile,
convinces
Lalo's back
Cliff
from
of
his
that fault.
vacation in Germany and is finally zeroed in on the laundry, where of course the half-finished lab is under it. He gives Hector a call, but realizes that Gus is onto him, which causes him to have a gamer rage before coming up with a new idea. Howard's confrontation with Jimmy and Kim is incredible, with Patrick Fabian giving a genuinely Emmy-worthy performance, even though the Emmys hate the show.
I sided with Chuck too often.
Okay, we're getting
Away
some
your
thoughts.
office, put you in doc review.
I don't like the amount we're
Howard's
relying
daddy
on
helped him get
clips.
to the top, but you both had to struggle. Howie has so much. We have so
We have so
little.
little.
Let's take him down a peg or two. Yeah, sure. The Sandpiper settlement, HHM share will be substantial, absolutely. Even though I humiliated myself, and my clients and peers will whisper that Howard Hamlin's a drug addict. You're right. Jimmy, you can't help yourself. Chuck knew it. You were born that way.
Dog, how long is this clip? Is your video monetized?
But you, one of the smartest and most promising human beings I've ever known.
To clarify, I don't care about that. Like, I can't even monetize my videos. But I'm just a little perplexed because this is going on for a hot minute.
And this is the life you choose. I thought you did it for the money, but now it's so clear. Screw the money. You did it for fun. You get off on it. You're like Leopold and Loeb, two sociopaths.
All right, that's enough.
Oh, you know it's true. You just have the guts to admit it.
I've never hated Jimmy and Kim more than in this scene, and I was really looking forward to Howard getting his revenge until the candle flickers and Lalo comes in to ruin it. The first time watching this episode, it was just unbelievable that Howard and Lalo were in the same shot together.
I had
to
no-
the point
yeah.
where I thought it was like a fan edit. And unfortunately, Howard gets unceremoniously capped by Lalo, leaving us on the most painful cliffhanger ever.
Rest in peace, King.
Okay. Let's talk.
Okay, well. Again, we've gotten some thoughts leading up to this, and we've laid out the groundwork. We've figured out what the plot of the episode is, because I'm sure that's necessary for the criticism. Now, let's see what H&M thinks about this episode. One of my favorite episodes of Better Call Saul.
Thomas Schnauz and the rest of the writers brought these two plot lines together in such an unexpected but natural way, and it might just be the best writing in the entire show.
We got thoughts! We got like 5 seconds of thoughts about the episode! Yeah! You did it! Jesus. Okay. Listen, I've kind of danced around it up until now, but I do think we need to get into it. Let's talk about Mr. Beat Rice.
No, you did not misread the...
Now listen. He talks like Shea Frillis a little bit. That's kind of fun. And he has cool little fun memes he throws in there. Again, that's neat. Small YouTuber, you know, I don't wanna be too hard on him, but this is one of the biggest culprits of just rephrasing the plot of the episode, giving almost zero thoughts about it, just sprinkling in some memes and edits and hoping that wins you over when they're really not offering any criticism or ranking to the entire thing. I know they rank them, but why do they rank them in particular places? They don't really say. But let's see if you can read that for yourself.
The title. I watched and ranked every single episode of
How long does it take them to get there? Oh, okay, not too bad.
Breaking Bad. This is a project I've been working on for the past 6 months, and for your convenience, I've packaged them all into one ginormous video. If the length
How
of this video
generous
makes
of
you
you.
shiver your timbers, though, I have all of the videos uploaded separately onto the channel. They're pretty much the same
Right.
in this video, just with all the editing mistakes fixed, and the video re-rendered so that it doesn't look like a disgusting, blurry mess. A quick warning though, the quality of the videos, figurative and literal, will be changing a lot, be it mic quality, jokes, etc. The one thing I've learned from monthly uploads is that consistency is for suckers. And yes, before anyone asks, I will be covering Better Call Saul next.
Then
Season one
perhaps,
video
you know,
should be
we'll
coming
check
out
both
sometime
ends.
next month.
We'll check both ends to see what the quality of their criticism is across time, because I'm sure it gets a lot better.
In the meantime, I hope you
I definitely don't already have the knowledge that I've accrued from watching their 9-hour Better Call Saul breaking. That's not how I feel. That's not how we got here. That's not why this entire video, this entire stream exists. We'll get there.
all enjoyed the remastered supercut of my Breaking Bad tier list series. Make sure to fuck that like button and smash the sub with notifications and all that stupid stuff.
Well,
I really
the
don't
like
care.
button glows when you talk about it. I
Season
don't
1,
like that.
Episode 1, Pilot. I still remember being absolutely floored by this episode the first time I saw it. Like, I heard this was a good show, but man, I was not expecting it to be that good. Like, it starts off with a pair of pants flying in the air, followed by crashing the RV to Walt freaking out and having a near panic attack to him.
Yeah,
going
3
down the
hours
road
of
while
plot
rolling.
explanation. Almost exclusively plot explanation. That's what's so frustrating, because I would watch a 9-hour video that actually breaks down, like, stuff about the show I care about, or actually, like, dissects the characters, or the plot, or the production, but they rarely get into that. They just talk about the plot, as they're, like, putting it in a ranked list. And even if I was doing a ranking, I would just talk about why it's in the placement in the ranking. I wouldn't just fucking put it there and be like, Walter White in this episode, I don't want to spoil you, Grace, you're here, but he does some stuff. And so, like, that's not exclusively why it should be on that place in the list. Also, you notice how I prefaced all of this. I laid the groundwork myself because I actually use it. Beat rice. I'm going to, for sure. No, I think it's going to happen. But beat rice here. The thing is, he's doing the opposite of what I talked about I liked. He is just breaking it down episode by episode in order. And then when he's done, and he's done recapping the plot of every single episode in way too much detail and sprinkling in just a couple of, like, we'll get there. But then at the end, like, how much time is devoted to just, like, actually ranking stuff? I don't know. I guess I would have to skip to the end to see, so we'll get there. But why do we have to backtrack, man? Just rank them in order, because then it's going to be confusing for me. Like, you might talk about liking an episode less or more, but then when we get to the end and you go back through the list of things that you have in order, I'm not going to understand why that is. I'm just going to be like, oh, Ozymandias is towards the top. That's cool. I guess he did say he likes what Hank says and he likes the plot of the episode. Because that's all they really said in the video.
Button up and tidy whitey's pointing a gun at what he assumes to be the police and then intro. And that's the first 4 minutes! So basically, Walter White has turned 50 years old and is going
Thanks
through
for breaking
a midlife
that down.
crisis. He works as a chemistry teacher and gets paid so little that he has to work at a car wash just to make ends meet. And he still doesn't make enough money. To make matters worse, he's diagnosed with inoperable lung cancer and is given 2 years to live. Oh no! But after finding out about the wonderful world of meth distribution, Walt teams up with former chemistry student Jesse Pinkman to make meth. But they
Have you noticed any thoughts, opinions, or criticism yet? There was a Mario joke. Does that make you happy?
things take a zany turn once Jesse talks to Emilio in Crazy 8. After the debacle, Walt thinks it's all over and is ready to go down with a fight. But it turns out that it's just a bunch of firefighters ready to fight some fire. Walt goes home to play Battleship with Skylar and bam, that's the episode.
Okay. Now, we laid the groundwork. It's all in place. Now, let's see, after, let's see, probably about 90 seconds of exclusively just plot breakdown. Like, that's all that was, aside from maybe 3 seconds of, like, little meme jokes. Now, let's see what Beat Rice thinks about this episode. Let's see what their thoughts are.
While it wasn't as amazing as I remember it being,
Oh,
episode
thoughts!
is still really good, and it's surprising considering it's the pilot episode. Pilot episodes have a shocking amount of pressure on them. It not only has to introduce the cast of characters, their motives, and their personalities, and demonstrate what the show is even about in the first place, but it also has to be good. Good enough so that audiences will want to come back for more. A lot of pilots are either okay and or are so different from the original show that they feel like a different show altogether, but it's almost like this show cheated. It feels like it knew exactly what it wanted to be from the get-go, aside from a few differences here and there. Like, the show has a lot more comedic moments than it does in the later seasons, and a lot of the characters feel slightly different from what their future selves would turn out to be. Like, Marie is still an annoying bitch, but she feels a lot more toned down and less energetic.
I can agree with that.
It's amazing how sympathetic Walt is in this episode. I actually felt bad for him in this episode and was rooting for him.
You know, I was being really hard on Beat Rice, but at the moment, he is actually offering substantive criticism, and he's being more concise, and he's actually exploring some things. Not saying it's great, especially since we took 90 seconds to get to this point of just plot, but he is using it as a platform, which is what can make a difference.
Which, if you watch this entire show, is a very odd feeling to have. Overall, I give this episode an A tier.
And yet, we still spend less time talking about our thoughts than we do talking about the plot of the episode leading us to this point. So I don't fully get why it's A tier, if I'm being completely honest. Hopefully you do. Maybe you get it. I don't. I'm sure Beat Rice does.
An amazing start to the season and the series as a whole. Season 1, Episode 2, Cats in the Bag. This episode takes place right where we left off, with Walt and Skylar finishing off their game of Battleship. It was so intense that Walt spent the night on the bathroom floor butt-ass naked. The rest of this episode shows the after...
I'm also going to point out that one of the reasons why, especially with these types of videos, with this sort of content, that it's bad to put it in the order of the series, is because it exacerbates the problem that you're just talking about the plot of each episode. That's why it gets so exhausting, especially when we get to the 9-hour one, which obviously we're just going to look at tidbits of like we're doing now. But it's just so emotionally taxing, and it feels like, why am I not just watching the show at this point? Like, I know I would only make it through 9 hours of the show, but that, you know, that's almost a full season of Better Call Saul. It would be much more worth my time, especially since I'm just getting like a Cliff Notes version with some dumbass memes thrown in there.
Aftermath of the previous episode, with one guy dead and another guy not so dead. Walt is tasked with killing Crazy 8, but can't bring himself to do it. Meanwhile, Jesse is tasked to look for materials to dissolve the bodies with, but can't bring himself to do it. Also, Skylar is getting mad suspect with Walt, so she confronts him at the hospital. He tells her a half-truth, saying that he's blazing it up with his home dog, Jesse, and tells her to
climb down out of my ass.
Skylar is reasonably distraught and eventually tracks down Jesse's address. This episode is great, and for my first slightly controversial opinion...
Okay, wait. Alright. Is his controversial opinion going to be a ranking? Because if I hope not, but if he ranks it right now, he literally just offered one thought about the episode. A singular thought. One. But maybe he's about to explore his actual thoughts on the episode, and I'm being too harsh. I'm jumping to conclusions.
Opinion of the video. I think it's slightly better than the pilot episode. Overall, this episode is also getting an A tier.
God! But why, Beat Rice? But why does it get an A tier? I don't understand! Let's go back. Let's go back. Wait. Let's look down here. Pilot Cats in the Bag. Yeah, so we spent almost a full minute talking about an episode. Let's go back and see what nuggets of truth we have. What thoughts, opinions, and again, criticisms we can glean from this ranked critique. Ranked and reviewed. Can I point that out? That's the name of this video. Ranked and reviewed. So let's go back and hear the review. Because I don't think we caught that because, you know, most of it was just breaking down the plot. Here we go.
Jesse's address.
Okay. that's where the plot breakdown stops, which is 9 seconds before he moves on to another episode. But again, you can do a lot with 9 seconds. Let's see what he says about the episode.
Episode is great, and for my first slightly controversial opinion of the video, I think it's slightly better than the pilot episode. Oh,
this episode is great. I think it's slightly better than the pilot episode. He talked about nothing else. He didn't say anything else outside of the, like, brass tacks plot of what was going on. And then his 2 thoughts are, this episode is, I think, pretty good. I already forgot. And it's better than the original. I have too much hope. But here's the thing. Again, I could be jumping to conclusions because he said he's developed his style over time. You know, he hasn't always been like this. You know, his thoughts, opinions, jokes, he said, have gotten better. So let's jump to one of the later episodes and see what he thinks about that. But again, I don't know whether or not he likes one of these less or more than the episode I'm talking about now, because he's literally just going in the order of the series. Surely he likes this one. This is a very popular episode. I may have jumped to the end of its ranking.
Season 5?
Oh, nope, we're good.
12. Rabid Dog. After obtaining his 30...
Again, Season 5, Episode 12. So, 1, Grace, spoilers, so mute me at least. But 2, this is the end of the journey, you know? He said he's advanced his style, he's gotten better, so let's see how much better Beat Race has gotten, you know? I'm ready. I'm ready to see how great he's gotten at breaking down this, getting into the nuance, the nitty-gritty, the details of what actually happens in these shows and what makes them so good.
Snub. Walt heads to his house and sees that Jesse's car is parked outside. He tries sneaking in from the back and attempts to approach Jesse inside, but is surprised to see that nobody is there. Walt gets Huel to help clean up the gasoline from his house and tries his best to clean up all the evidence.
I thought you hadn't watched Breaking Bad.
Oh, no. Hey, guys. What?
He pretends that he got gas all over himself at the gas station due to a pump malfunction, but even Junior sees through this lie. They decide to stay at a hotel for a bit while the gas fumes die down, and Walt meets Saul to get an update on Jesse's whereabouts. Saul suggests pulling an Old Yeller on Jesse, but Walt shoots this idea down immediately. Just like Old Yeller. Skyler eventually confronts Walt on his lies about the pump, but Walt brushes it off, saying that Jesse only tried to burn the house down. No biggie. But Skyler apparently thinks that this is a huge issue, and goes on an I told you so nana boo boo rant. We find out what really prevented Jesse from burning the house down. As he snorts cocaine and barges into the house with gasoline, Hank confronts him, gun in hand. Jesse tells him that he's doing this because Walt poisoned Brock, and Hank tells him to turn the lighter off and cooperate.
You can't keep getting away with it! He can't keep getting away with it!
That's how I feel about this video! I was waiting to pause until you gave a single thought about the episode or anything that wasn't the plot, and it hasn't happened! He can't keep getting away with it! But maybe we just haven't gotten to the criticism yet, you know? Maybe I'm still just jumping to conclusions.
Hank takes Jesse in his car, just as Walt notices Jesse's car in his driveway. Hank takes Jesse to his house to begin their ultimate plan to take down Walt. Junior has an emotional moment with Walt by the pool.
You think I came all this way just to let something as silly as lung cancer take me down? Not a chance. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, Jesse makes a confession tape of his own for Hank, telling his entire story of Walter White and his dealings, and they later listen to another message from Walt, telling Jesse to meet at the plaza. Hank tells him the plan. Jesse will go talk to Walt with a wire on, have him explain everything, and they'll arrest Walt with the evidence they need. However, Jesse sees this as a death sentence, since he tried to burn down his house quite literally yesterday.
Yeah, no, Mr. White's gay for me. Everyone knows that.
Nevertheless, Jesse follows through with a...
Dude, this is bumming me out, man. There has literally been nothing in this one except for plot recap and clips of the episode. He hasn't even thrown out a joke. The only quote-unquote joke he threw out was just a clip from Breaking Bad, and it's only funny because it's a funny line from Breaking Bad. He didn't do that. But again, here comes the criticism. I just know it.
Plan and meets with Walt at the plaza. However, while walking, Jesse notices a man he thinks is guarding Walt and walks to a payphone to talk, as he's come up with another plan to take Walt down.
Just want to talk to you.
No, I'm not doing what you want anymore.
This is just a heads up to let you know I'm coming for you. See, I decided that burning down your house is nothing.
Next time I'm gonna get you where you really live.
Jesse, listen.
A tier. Season 5.
He didn't say anything! He didn't say a single fucking thing! That wasn't just a factual thing from the episode! And a lot of it was just clips from the episode! There was nothing! The only insight he offered was A tier! That's it! That's the only fucking thing! And that one was long! That one was longer than the ones that actually had a little bit of criticism in them. How fucking long was that? 2.5 minutes! It took him 2.5 minutes to break down an episode that he didn't even have any thoughts on. No. Again, a couple of you just joined in. Maybe I'm being unfair. Let me back up a little bit so you can see tail end of when he stops talking about the plot of the episode and when he starts talking about his thoughts on the episode.
Your house is nothing.
Next time I'm gonna get you where you really live.
Jesse, listen.
A tier.
There it is! Did you catch it? Here's the thing. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna move on from this video because we have one more, just one more, and then I'm moving on from this type of video because, again, almost all of them are like this, and I cannot stand it, and I can, like, my veins are about to explode. But there's the golden nugget. This next one I'm about to show you is the whole reason this section of the iceberg, the reason probably this whole stream exists. Because this video, I love video essays. I love long video essays. You don't know. Like, I fucking love them, and I love Better Call Saul, and I love Breaking Bad. And, like, as far as video essays, I like, you know, like H. Barma guy, I like Lindsay Ellis, I like, there are so many, different people. Bobby Broccoli is probably, like, lesser known, but very high tier, excellent at Blender. But here's the thing. All of that said, all of that is a baseline. This fucking video we're about to watch ruined video essays for me. Like, actually ruined them. That's why I can't even watch these. Like, I tried watching that H&N film ones on my own, and when I started to watch it, I noticed that it followed this exact same pattern of almost zero insight, zero criticism, zero additional thoughts. And yet they're spending 3 hours breaking down the entire plot of everything. Why? It's not called a plot breakdown. It's called ranked and reviewed. You barely fucking rank it. You rank it, but you don't give me a reason why. So what's the fucking point of ranking it in the first place? I don't understand. If all of your criticism is going to be A tier, or even on the lesser extent where you're like, I liked it. It's like, all right. Let's go to, let's bite the bullet.
No, you did not misread the title. I watched, ranked, and reviewed every single episode of Better Call Saul.
It did not have to take you 9 hours, though. And the thing is, I was down. I was so excited. You just watch critics on YouTube? No, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Excuse me. The last 2 seasons are like the best ones. Well, season 4 is like my favorite season of Breaking Bad. Excuse me. Fucking LaCroix. It's destroying me. But the problem is I watched this video in earnest the first time. I was excited. I was like, oh, dang. Somebody spent 9 hours talking about their thoughts and like cool little tidbits about all the Breaking Bad and like Better Call Saul video or episodes. And then I watched it. And at first I was down. And then after a couple of hours, I realized what this was. And now that I see it, now that those rose-colored glasses are off, I can't enjoy content like this anymore. I can't. And you're gonna see it, hopefully.
This is the second
hopefully I can ruin an entire genre of content for you today.
Project that I've spent the past year and a half of my life working on. And through a lot of blood, sweat, and tears,
Oh, he also sucks his own dick a lot, which, you know, is something I just love.
finally completed it. If you thought the Breaking Bad video was long, oh, you sweet summer child. I know that some of you have been waiting for me to drop this video rather than watching my individual season uploads, and I thank you very much for your patience. I believe this video is worth the wait. If the length of this video has you as intimidated as I was making it, I have every individual season uploaded onto the channel. They're all pretty much the same in this video, just with a few editing mistakes fixed and clips adjusted so I didn't get stricken down by the YouTube copyright gods. This one video took me well over a year to create, and it's really crazy to look back on all of my previous videos to see how far I've grown. It's single-handedly one of the hardest videos I've ever created.
Yeah, you grew into somebody who never shuts the fuck up about exclusively the plot of the episode. I don't even want to watch this. Like, it feels like I'm opening, like, a barrel of nuclear waste on my fucking eyeballs. It's fine. It's fine. It's not, it's well edited and shit, and it's like, some of the things he says are funny, or like, sometimes he offers a little bit of insight. But what is that worth? What are those nuggets of wisdom worth when you're ratioing about 20 minutes of quality against 9 motherfucking hours of content? How far into it did I get before I crashed out? 57 seconds. A new record!
But I am extremely proud of the end result. I hope you all enjoy the video as much as I have making it. As usual, make sure to fuck that like button and smash the sub with notifications on. I mean, like, you don't have to, but it'd be cool if you did. I'm tired. Also, go follow my Twitter. I do funny stuff on there sometimes. Anyways, let's begin.
Yeah, like, oh my god, there's a stocks photo. That's so funny. Oh my god, it reminds me of Harold. Ha 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 ha.
This series, starting with Season 1, Episode 1, Uno. Considered by many to be one of the greatest prequel series ever created, Better Call Saul follows the origin story of Saul Goodman, a shady criminal lawyer.
So here's a thought. If you were gonna fucking break down what the entire show was about, maybe you could have done that before you started breaking down the plot of the first episode. Doesn't really matter though, because it's not gonna affect your ability to exclusively talk about the plot of the episode and not what you think about it. But again, maybe I'm wrong.
Showing how he came to be, and where he ended up after the events of Breaking Bad. Your first thoughts are probably,
I'm really irritated.
He said he was a lawyer. Why the fuck is he making cinnamon rolls? Well, as it turns out, his prediction in the episode Granite State actually had quite a bit of merit.
From here on out, I'm Mr. Low Profile, just another douchebag with a job and 3 pairs of dockers. If I'm lucky, month from now, best case scenario, I'm managing a Cinnabon
in Omaha.
Saul, going under the name Gene Takovic, now spends his days making mediocre cinnamon rolls and living under constant paranoia that he's going to be outed for his criminal history. He goes home and watches his old Better Call Saul commercials, reminiscing on his glory days and silently hoping that those days would return. He watches on the brink of tears, with the commercial reflecting in his glasses in full color. This may come as a surprise, but his life sucks. But let's not worry about the present. Let's go back to the
I have an idea. I've got a great idea. We're gonna hear him talk about the plot for a while, it seems, because, you know, he's already just been breaking down the first like 30 seconds of the episode. So I on my fingies here. He sounds so proud. He loves it. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna count on my hand the seconds during which he actually talks about thoughts, opinions, or criticism of this episode of television. Hopefully I run out of space on my hands.
Way cooler past in full color. It's like the Wizard of Oz, but in reverse and also depressing. As this lady sucks down this ridiculously large big gulp, Saul pisses his pants and bursts into the courtroom, defending 3 teenagers for a crime they committed. What crime, you may ask? Nothing major. Just cutting off the head of a dead body and having sex with it.
I dare you to stick your wang in the throat hole. I will if you will, loser. All right.
I'm sure I'm gonna have to start counting soon.
Would this count as giving head or receiving head? As Saul receives a small check for his public defense work, he walks to his god-awful Suzuki Esteem and heads out, and is forced to pay extra money for parking stickers by the toll booth operator, who's revealed to be Mike.
Backing up! I have to back up! I need more stickers! Don't have enough stickers! Thank you! Employee of the month over here! Yeah.
I'm sure I'm gonna have to start counting soon.
Saul meets with his new clients, Betsy Kettleman and her cuck husband Craig, who stole well over $1 million from the state treasury. They initially rethink having a lawyer, since they don't want to look guilty. Saul attempts to convince the two that having a lawyer is extremely important, but since they're both fucking stupid, they walk out.
Don't you think, Mr.
I'm sure I'm gonna have to start counting soon. I am certain of it.
Oh, silly me, I forgot to mention. At this point in the show, Saul goes by the name Jimmy McGill, so I'm gonna call him Jimmy for now, as Jimmy orders a card to try to goad Betsy and Craig into using his and I just shit my pants. The two
okay, hey, I'll count that as 1 second.
One of their legs, and that he now has to pay them up or else they'll call the cops. However,
Also
Jimmy
gonna
quickly
move this.
realizes that these two are pulling a scam, and calls the both of them out.
Now, let's talk about what you owe me for the windshield. You, what?
Sure, I'm gonna have to start counting a little more soon.
Jimmy drives to a nail salon, and walks to his worn-down office, and receives a check from a company named Hamlin, and McGill, HHM for short, which he tears apart. He enters the building, and criticizes Howard Hamlin, a main member of the firm, for sending such a small amount of money. This check was sent to help support Jimmy's brother, Chuck, since he is unable to work at the firm. And while Jimmy claims that Chuck is owed a substantial amount of money, Howard tells him off, claiming that the firm still holds Chuck in high regard. Jimmy says,
Just let the
"Shut up,
backdrop
you're being
fade."
Biased, I won the argument," and storms out of the room. As he walks out of the building, though, Jimmy notices that the Kettlemans have decided to use HHM as their legal counsel, and he beats the Kentucky Fried fuck out of a nearby trash can out of anger. He vents his anger to Kim, another member of HHM, and shares a cigarette with her. Later, Jimmy goes to Chuck's house, and it's revealed that Chuck is EMS, a disease that causes his body pain when coming into contact with electricity. Jimmy has devoted a large portion of his time and money into keeping Chuck's well-being secure, and Chuck reimburses his efforts by giving him like $2. Jimmy tells Chuck that it's about time he cashed out of HHM, since his condition is not likely to get any better, but Chuck refuses, fearing that the firm will be liquidated. To add more on top of Jimmy's already hefty amount of woes, Chuck recommends changing the name of his law practice.
Howard brought this. You have to admit,
I'm sure.
confusing.
I'm sure.
Hamlin,
I'm gonna have to count more
James
soon.
M. McGill.
He's got more criticism. I mean, he's laying the baseline. He's just taking a really long time to get there, and it's gonna all
Why
be
ride
worth
on
it.
someone else's coattails?
Jimmy would never change his name, though, so let's ignore that part.
You want to dance, Howard? Let's dance.
Jimmy tracks down the skateboard twins from earlier, and tells them the tale of his youth in Cicero, Illinois, where he was given the nickname Slippin' Jimmy, after collecting a ton of money from running slip and fall schemes during the winter. Jimmy offers the twins a con job, giving them $2,000 if they can hit the car of Betsy and Craig Kettleman. This is so that Jimmy can make another pitch to the Kettlemans to switch over from HHM to his practice. As the car drives over, the twins get into position, and they successfully crash into the windshield. However, rather than stopping to help the boys out, the car drives away instead.
I'm curious. Cause I'm just, this is fucking, this. Cause Beat Rice has, I've counted, I have 1 second's worth of thoughts, criticism, or anything additional outside of the plot of the episode. And right now he is like 5 minutes into recapping exclusively the plot, and it's destroying my soul. I don't understand. It's called ranked and reviewed, not episode plot breakdown. If it was called that, I wouldn't have any issue, dog. Like, you know. But let's see. I'm curious now. Oh wait, no, that's season 2, episode 1. Wait a second. This seems familiar, doesn't it? I've got an idea.
Starting with season 1.
Let's try something. Let's try something. Let's say this and make it longer so I can make money on a 9-hour video essay. All right, now that we have that, let's listen to this plot breakdown one more time.
1, episode 1. Uno. Considered by many to be one of the greatest prequel series ever created.
Oh god, I
Saul
forget he
follows
does
the
this.
origin story
Yeah,
of
whatever.
Icenberg
Okay.
Cinnamon rolls. Well, as it turns out, his prediction in the episode Granite State.
Yeah. We don't need to do this part again.
Reminiscing the commercial reflecting in his present. Let's go back to the way cooler past in full color. It's like the Wizard of Oz, but in reverse and also depressing. As this lady sucks down this ridiculously large big gulp, Saul pisses his pants and bursts into the courtroom, defending 3 teenagers for a crime they committed. What crime, you may ask? Nothing major. Just cutting off the head.
Damn it, he got his breakdown from somewhere else. My point's dumb. Don't worry about it. All right, yeah, so maybe he's not doing that. Maybe he's not that lazy. But we didn't hear him out. Let's see how he finishes this up. This 5 minutes of credit. Oh no. Okay, wait. Here we go.
You want to dance, Howard?
You got this. I've still got 1 second on the clock.
Jimmy tracks down the skateboard twins from earlier and tells them the tale of his youth in Cicero, Illinois, where he was given the nickname Slippin' Jimmy after collecting a ton of money from running slip and fall schemes during the winter. Jimmy offers the twins a con job, giving them $2,000 if they can hit the car of Betsy and Craig Kettleman. This is so that Jimmy can make another pitch to the Kettlemans to switch over from HHM to his practice.
See, this does sound a lot like the Wikipedia article, though.
And they successfully crash into the windshield. However, rather than stopping to help the boys out, the car drives away instead.
What? Hey! What the? Funny to run into you, Betsy. I was just,
And the winner for Best Editing goes
Oh.
to... Better Call Saul!
No, no, I don't count jokes.
Ever again for anything ever. The twins follow the car, and they confront the driver, who turns out to be not at all the Kettlemans, but rather an elderly Mexican woman who doesn't speak English. As the two follow the lady into the house, Jimmy tracks down the car and knocks on the door.
Open up, officer of the court. Good afternoon. This.
Okay, so we've recapped the entire episode in excruciating detail. It took us over 5 minutes to get here. And 1 second of those 5 minutes was thoughts or criticism or anything additional that wasn't just like a little weird potshot meme joke. So let's see what he has to say about this episode. Let's see what his thoughts are.
Oh, fuck. I cannot believe I thought this first episode was just
Oh.
okay the first time I watched it. This episode was shockingly really good, and I had a lot more to say about it than I realized. The episode perfectly sets up the tone for the entire show going forward, as well as the slower pace that it's going for, with that scene near the beginning with the court just waiting around for Jimmy for like a solid minute. I love the little bits of foreshadowing here and there, from Chuck telling Jimmy to change his name, and Jimmy telling the court,
If I were held accountable for some of the stupid decisions I made when I was 19, oh boy, wow.
The cinematography is also a big step up from Breaking Bad, and trust me, this will not be the only time I bring this aspect of the show up. Overall, this episode is getting a high A tier.
30 seconds. Okie doke, class, time to do some math. Let's see. So 119 to 724, so about 6 minutes. Right? Yeah. So about 6 minutes. 6 minutes. And let's see. 0.5 divided by 6. Okay, so 8% of that was thoughts or criticism. 8%. Yeah, I know, an actual blip of opinion. It's impressive. Honestly, 8% is impressive compared to what we saw last time. Because we did see some 0%ers last time. But something tells me he always puts his most effort into the first episode. Did you notice that? He did that with Breaking Bad too. And then somehow, even though his style has improved, when we got to the final episodes of Breaking Bad, he gave no criticism. So let's see if the trend follows true over here. Let's let him get on to the second episode and let's see how that goes. Again, I'll count on my hands. I'll jerk off a couple of ghosts.
The episode begins with Tuco cooking up some Krabby Patties when his grandma walks through the door, asking him to deal with the skateboard twins. While it initially seems like it's going to be a calm confrontation, one of the twins makes the horrible mistake of calling Tuco's grandma a biznatch, angering Tuco.
You called her biznatch?
Yeah, whatever, man. Please, hurry it up. I'm hurt. No.
Biznatch.
As Tuco cleans up the damage and calls for backup, he answers Jimmy at the door and forces him inside at gunpoint. Before Tuco cancels the show, Jimmy uses his quick wit to convince Tuco to keep him alive and to let the skateboard twins leave unharmed.
No.
I mean, like, not unharmed, but you know what I mean. Tuco brings Jimmy to the twins and allows them to cut the twins from their shackles. Unfortunately, Jimmy forgot the fact that the twins are complete fucking morons, as one of the twins tries to throw him under the bus.
It was him. It was all his idea. No. Shut up.
Say what?
He wanted to scam you. He said we could clear $2,000 easy.
Is this just supposed to replace watching the show? I have to wonder at a certain point. Because he just recaps the plot and uses a bunch of clips and on occasion will throw in a joke or a meme or will offer any criticism or insight. But for the most part, it kind of seems like this is meant for people who haven't seen Better Call Saul. Because if I hadn't seen it and I didn't want to watch it, this would be a great replacement for it. I could just watch this and I'd be like, oh, that's what happens in the show. Okay. I've done that with shows or movies before, where I will just try to consume like a breakdown or a criticism versus, trying to consume the entire thing. No, exactly. And that's what I wonder here. Because having actually watched the show, this is insulting to my intelligence. Because he almost never talks about anything in addition to the plot. It's just 9 hours of breaking down the plot. Even though, again, I want to point out, it's called reviewed in addition to ranked. And the rankings almost have no substance. And he doesn't really review anything.
Jimmy is taken out to the desert
Hilarious.
along with the twins, and tries to tell Tuco that he was after the Kettlemans, and not his grandma. Tuco doesn't believe him, believing that he's part of law enforcement. At first, Jimmy indulges Tuco's belief, claiming that he's an FBI agent who set up a sting to take down Tuco.
Still
However,
waiting to count a second
member
of
the cartel who
substance
contrasts
to
Tuco's
this.
more chaotic approach to business, calmly asks Jimmy
Yep,
for the
yeah, he does the tier list. Well, yeah, he does the tier list at the very end of these like little episode breakdowns, and then he actually ranks them at the very end. But something I mentioned, I don't know if you were here for this, but I like the Some of these other channels do it, even though they have the same problem where they spend a lot of time just talking about the plot of the episode and they don't talk about what they think about it, and then they just rank it. But at least the other channels will rank it as they go, you know? They'll do it like in order from like worst to best episode, like Shea Frillis style. And that I like. That I can respect, because at least we're kind of working towards something, even though you're still not giving me your thoughts on stuff. But this, it's literally just going in order of the series. It is just going step by step through the series. And again, so far we've gotten, all right, 30 seconds from the first episode, and so far 0 seconds from the second episode of actual substance, criticism, thoughts, aside from jokes and memes.
And Jimmy quickly drops the act and begs him to let him and the twins go. Nacho convinces Tuco to let them go, since killing a lawyer would arouse a ton of suspicion.
They disrespected my abuelita. They called her Biznatch! And they just walk!
While Jimmy is let free, the twins are left to be killed by Tuco, and Jimmy tries his best to prevent the two from becoming strawberry slushies. He once again uses his quick wit to convince Tuco not to kill them.
Again, I have to, so like, just based off of that tiny little clip, if you've watched Better Call Saul, what did that add for you? Because for me, it didn't add anything. At all. But if you haven't seen Better Call Saul, aha, mon chéri, that's where this can replace the whole show. Because that's all he's doing. I mean, again, it cannot even come close to... I would feel bad for somebody who uses like these reviews or these types of criticism or reviews or recaps to actually consume this show, because this is my favorite show. And maybe that's why this pisses me off so much, because this isn't enhancing it. When we go down the iceberg here, you're gonna see I have some content that I adore about this stuff. This is not it. This ain't it, Chief. There's a lot of really good content on YouTube about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and honestly, you can consume the best of it in half the time it would take you to get through this dog shit. And I apologize for calling it names, but I can't, like, this is, like, getting so deep under my skin. Anyway. But I could be jumping to conclusions. Maybe he'll spend, like, the next 7 minutes breaking down his thoughts on Miho, and then it all evens out. Yeah, I think, honestly, I think so. These are not bad videos. I have to be completely honest about that. It's about accuracy to what point it's trying to accomplish. I would rather just have this be called like a breakdown. And then maybe put the ranking in a different video where you just actually like post about your thoughts, opinions, criticisms. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call it dog shit. It's not a bad video, but it's frustrating. It is legitimately frustrating when I do want to... I would love to like watch a 9-hour breakdown of Better Call Saul, not a 9-hour recap. Anyway, let's see what his thoughts are on this one.
Break their legs.
Well, yeah, but if he called it breakdown, then people who have seen it wouldn't watch it.
Look, they can't skateboard for 6 months, and they're scared of you forever. To show everybody that you are the man, but that you're fair.
You're fair.
One leg each.
That handshake wasn't
Jimmy's forced
scripted.
to listen to Tuco break the twins' legs, and he rushes them both to the ER.
You are the worst lawyer ever.
Hey, I just talked you down from a death sentence to 6 months probation.
Let's see how many seconds of criticism we get, boys.
You're the best lawyer ever.
Later that day, Jimmy goes on a date, but the sound of a nearby man snapping crackers in half gives Jimmy PTSD from that brutal scene, so he decides to get wasted to forget what happened. Chuck wakes him up the next morning, wrapped up in a space blanket, looking like a deranged conspiracy theorist. Jimmy asks why Chuck has it on, and Chuck says that Jimmy left his cell phone in the house the other night. Chuck also asks Jimmy about a medical bill that fell out of his pocket. Obviously, this bill was meant for the twins' broken legs, but Chuck thinks that Jimmy is relapsing back into his old ways of slipping Jimmy.
Take off the space blanket. I didn't do anything wrong.
It has nothing to do with that. It was your phone.
But you threw the phone outside hours ago. What's next? Are you gonna tell me that your illness is brought on not by a physical disorder, but due to the stress of worrying about Jimmy's behavior? You silly goose. We get one of the first great...
I'll even give that to you, even though it's just a later plot from the fucking show.
Collecting paychecks and ranting about stickers.
Petty was a prior. 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 Petty was a prior.
You can have the rest of these.
Eddie with a prayer.
Jimmy goes back to his office, and before he can start another drinking binge, he's greeted by one of his customers, who turns out to be Nacho. He tells Jimmy that he's going to rob the Kettlemans of the $1.5 million they stole, and that he'll give Jimmy 10% of his earnings.
I like ripping off thieves because they can't go to the cops. They have no recourse.
Why would you come to me for that?
You already tried ripping them off. I'm gonna finish what you started.
Jimmy claims that he wasn't trying to rip off the...
I should have been counting the amount of seconds of show there is. Because actually, in this one, unless we even it out a little bit, there's more show clip than there is thoughts or criticism. Right? Yeah, no, he could have named his Mexican character Taco. It was so close. Maybe his brother's name is Taco.
The Kettlemans, and that
We don't meet his extended family.
Nacho laughs at this, and tells Jimmy that if he rats to the police, he'll kill him.
Taco Salsa Monk.
For when you figure out you're in the game.
Another easy A tier.
Five fucking seconds. That's it. There were at least like 7 to 10 seconds of show in there. And the rest, which was, I think around 4 or 5 minutes, was just the plot of the episode. I cannot fucking stand this shit. What is the point? Even if I wanted to watch a breakdown on Better Call Saul, why would I want it to be this long? It doesn't need to be. Like, you could still be more concise. You could be. You could be more concise or more insightful or more detailed. But this is like a weird... You can tell what this is. You can tell why this is this long. And I'm not going to elaborate on that, but if you know, you know. And it gets more and more obvious as we go on. Oh my god, okay. It's like the longest episode breakdown. Well, this one also has like the full rank. Tell you what, we did this earlier. We looked at plan and execution, and this one's really long. I'm hoping we have... I'm sure this one has a good amount of criticism in it. I'm hoping. However... just for fun, we're also going to do the one before. For comparison.
Season 6, Episode 6.
Episode 6.
Oh, yeah. He does this editing thing where it like gets progressively more distorted, kind of like the Better Call Saul intros, but I'll be honest, it gets really obnoxious towards the end. I kind of like it, but it goes a little too long.
It begins with a flashback to Kim's youth.
Like everything in this video.
Mom scolds her in the manager's office of a retail store for stealing a pair of earrings and a necklace. Her mom acts extremely outraged and offers the manager to pay them back. But the moment they exit the store and walk to the car, her mom makes fun of the manager and gives Kim an also stolen pair of earrings. Man, Kim's mom sure raised a hell of a schemer. Hopefully that doesn't lead to any life-ruining consequences. Kim's mom drives out of the store, with Kim staring out the window blankly. We're taken back to the present, with Howard getting ready for the day in his epic mansion and $800 coffee maker. Despite his wealth and healthy lifestyle though, things could not be worse in the Hamlin household, as he makes his wife Cheryl an intricately crafted cup of coffee, and she just pours it into her thermos without a second thought. Howard tells Cheryl about how much of a bitch Jimmy is, warning his wife of any schemes that Jimmy might pull, and Cheryl passive-aggressively walks out of the house. Later, Howard meets up with his PI, who shows Howard several photos of Jimmy going about his day-to-day routine of visiting Taco Cabeza around the corner 28 times.
Oh, that's Nacho's cousin's name. His name's Taco Cabeza.
On a photo of Jimmy
You were right,
making a
Wash.
cash withdrawal at the bank, which Howard and the PI find to be suspicious. Howard stares at Jimmy's black eye, subtly and subconsciously telling Jimmy to suck his balls. We're given the glorious return of Dr. Caldera at his veterinarian's office, where he checks up on Jimmy's black eye to make sure that he's not going blind. They aren't just here for an eye checkup, though. Caldera gives Jimmy
This
a
makes
dose
me
of a
tired.
substance that they'll be using in the Howard scheme, which will kick in just a few moments. Caldera tells the two that he's going to be skipping town and selling off his black book that contains every single one of his contacts. They ask Caldera if they can get a peek at this black book, which Caldera allows, and all the contacts are written in a weird code language. It also contains a handful of business cards, including a suspiciously familiar best quality vacuum card. Caldera leaves the office, and Jimmy tells Kim how much of a waste it is for Caldera to walk away from such a huge money printer like that. Kim tells Jimmy to shut up and look in the mirror though, because that substance is kicking in hard. Cliff Main watches Kim defend one of her clients, who states that he was pulled over for an obstructed window, when in reality, he just had a—
I'm gonna count seconds from the show now, too.
the same one that cab driver Jeff had in his rearview mirror back in season 4. Cliff Main gets a spilled cup of coffee as he compliments Kim on kicking ass in court, which Kim says she owes HHM a lot for. Cliff tells Kim some big news about a large opportunity involving a charity organization, and we cut to Kim heading to Saul Goodman's office, where Francesca is ecstatic to see Kim again. She shows Kim around the remodeled office, which is a slight step up from the abandoned toilet room, and she congratulates Kim on marrying Saul before walking out for the day. Saul is hard at work staring at a wall of pubes. I mean mustaches. Him and the film crew are trying to find the perfect one for an actor to wear in a photo shoot, and Kim walks into the room and immediately picks out the perfect one. Kim drags Saul out of the room and gives him the big news. The charity organization Cliff was talking about earlier, which specializes in dealing with pro bono clients like the one Kim loves to defend, is offering to meet up with Kim over lunch, and potentially team up with her as well. This would mean extremely beneficial and positive things for Kim's future, and this news makes Saul excited as well.
Cliff thinks I have a good shot.
A good shot. You have more than a shot. They're gonna love you on sight.
There's just one catch though. The lunch is taking place on the same day as the final phase of the Howard scheme. Saul tells Kim that she doesn't have to be there on the day though, saying that this is a huge opportunity. And the two of them celebrate and embrace each other as the show cuts to a man chopping wood, indicating that Saul just got a massive boner. Lalo walks up to this guy and gives him a fine how do you do, which makes the lumberjack suspicious as he starts to put his hand on his axe. Lalo attempts to introduce himself, and the situation immediately escalates as the lumberjack goes fuck this shit and runs away into his workshop. Lalo chases him down with his pistol, and sneaks around the place attempting to confront the lumberjack. Lalo proceeds to get his shit rocked by the lumberjack, as he absolutely demolishes Lalo with an axe.
This is taking fucking
causing
forever.
him to fall. He asks Lalo what he's doing there, and Lalo says that he just wants information on Gus and the construction project, which the lumberjack was involved in. As he shows the lumberjack a card, he slices his face with a knife and cuts his leg off with his own axe.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, this lumberjack scene is probably takes up less time than this explanation of the lumberjack scene. Maybe it's a little longer, but why the fuck would I not just be watching the lumberjack scene right now? You wanna tell me what you like about it?
In one of the rare instances of legit gore in the show.
Tie that off before you bleed to death. You and I are gonna have a talk.
We're taken back to Saul's office, where it quickly becomes infested with crazy people. Saul takes Francesca outside the office, where he has her call HHM and pretend to be the family member of one of the clients, obtaining details of the conference call of the mediation for Jimmy. One of Jimmy's clients pulls a Walter White and pisses everywhere except the toilet, which Francesca forces Saul to clean up. Mike heads into yet another paranoia-fueled security office in the laundromat, where Tyrus criticizes Mike for moving 2 entire men out of Gus's house.
Okay, you know what? No, I can't. I gotta.
Oh, I don't care. Ha 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 ha. And heads to Gus's house later that night, delivering one of the guards some coffee. He walks inside the house and watches over Stacy and Kaylee as they stargaze, creating a wholesome bonding experience even as Mike is 100 feet away on standby for a ruthless cartel murderer.
Hi, Pop Pop.
Hey, kiddo. You ready for some stargazing? Good.
Kim and Jimmy mark off the second to last sticky note on their Howard scheme board, and they decide to go out to eat and celebrate. And by go out to eat, I mean staring at the windows of the HHM meeting room on top of a picnic blanket. That is some next level preying on your downfall shit. D-Day finally arrives, and Kim heads off to the lunch as Jimmy says goodbye, saying he'll record the whole show for her. After Kim leaves, Jimmy heads to a liquor store to pick up a bottle of Zaviro Añejo to drink with Kim while listening to Howard's entire life fall apart. However, as Jimmy waits in line at the register, he realizes that the entire Howard scheme had one error. One very, very grave error.
This is
Jimmy
taking
notices that the person
so
in front of the line is the
fucking
same judge
long.
at the meeting, and that the judge has a broken arm, which Jimmy...
And he hasn't said anything he thinks yet. It's just been the episode being broken down. I hate this shit.
Jimmy and Kim did not account for when taking the pictures of the actor. This mistake causes Jimmy to go into a panic, as he slams on his car wheel and calls Kim, informing her of the issue. Kim is now put on a crossroads. She can either continue on with her drive to the luncheon, which, while at the cost of terminating the Howard scheme, would secure her future as a lawyer and even potentially as a person. Or, she can cancel the meeting with the charity representatives and move forward with the Howard scheme, fixing up the kinks with it and helping it succeed in the process. Kim has put herself on a bad choice road over these past few episodes, but has now been given the opportunity to give up this life and do what she knows is right. Jimmy even tells Kim that the scheme is essentially screwed, and that there's no shame in giving up and postponing it for another day. Unfortunately, Kim is not interested.
It happens today.
Kim cancels the meeting with a charity group and does an illegal U-turn, putting herself on the figurative and literal bad choice road as she drives back to Jimmy.
I kept counting too long.
The pendulum theory unfortunately strikes again, as even though Jimmy is willing to give up the scheme they spent months on to let Kim take the opportunity of a lifetime, Kim simply swings the other way and forces the Howard scheme to continue. While this was an alright episode, with some good scenes here and there, the ending scene with Jimmy and Kim is fantastic, and perfectly sets up for an absolutely insane mid-season finale. This one's getting a low B tier.
"21 seconds. And also, 18 seconds worth of footage from the show. Now again, let's look. Let's go down here real quick. That was... oh, goodness. Axe and grind. Good fucking lord. Yeah, almost, but we'll call it 7 minutes. So, let's do a little more math here. I know everybody loves doing math. I take 7. There's no real easy way for me to calculate out. You know what? I'll be generous. I'll call it 30 seconds worth of criticism again. Yep. 7%. 7% of that. And again, that's me rounding up. That's me rounding up by a decent amount. 7% of what we just watched was an actual, like, thought, opinion, what have you, and it wasn't even that in depth. I'm being very fucking generous when I count those seconds in general. Guys, I don't know. I was gonna do the next episode, but how long is the next, like, episode review? It is... It's over 20 minutes long. I'm not doing this shit. I'm not doing this anymore. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. I hate this. You can like it if you want. It's whatever. I'm not gonna judge you for that. Like, it's... Oh... It feels like part of me just died. It feels like part of my soul was just murdered. Okay. So, these next ones I'm about to get into, you know, maybe not the most depthful stuff in the world, but definitely better than this. So let's go into Breaking Bad. Analysis. I'm going to have to choose carefully because some of these I'm going to save for later. Yeah, let's check this one out. Maybe this one is depthful criticism. I haven't seen it, I don't think. Using the fucking Troom intro spiel, I like that.
It's universally accepted that Walter White is a bad guy. The story of Breaking Bad, as pitched by Vince Gilligan, was the transformation of Walt from Mr. Chips to Scarface. You might get some contrarians here and there that defend Walt's actions, but it's clear that he's meant to be a villain in the series. This characterization of Walt, though, has led to some people considering Hank to be the hero of Breaking Bad.
No.
And to an extent, that makes sense. Hank, as a DEA agent...
So for stuff like this, I'm going to count the amount of things, because it's almost all, like, you know, substance versus just explaining plot stuff. Of course, they're not immune to that either. Sometimes they talk about a lot of plot stuff and not a lot of actual ideas or criticism, but I trust this one. I'm going to count the amount of, like, new ideas, things I hadn't thought about, things I like. I feel like that's a good quantifier to try to track on something like
stands
this.
in opposition to Walt's drug empire, trying to catch Heisenberg and bring him to justice. So, if Walt is the bad guy, then Hank must be the good guy for trying to stop him. However, I think that's an oversimplification of Hank's character. While I agree he's nowhere near as bad as Walt, and does have some redeeming qualities, in no way would I say that he's a good guy.
I kind of feel like the entire point of both series is like almost everyone exists in a gray area. Even Howard Hamlin, the most like morally upright person in the entire universe outside of like Nacho's dad, is he's still a dick sometimes.
Like his adversary, Hank...
Not that, I mean, Hank is significantly worse than some of the stuff he does, I will say that. Like, even before the series starts, he has cheated on Marie, and he cheated on Marie, like, you know, hours before their wedding, and I think he got oral from a dude, so I don't, you know. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, there's something wrong with cheating on your wife. Wait a second. Wait.
Hank is motivated by his own selfish desires, which ends up destroying him the same way it destroyed Walt. And to me, that makes him a much more interesting character as a result. So, in this video, let's examine Hank and see what's really going on underneath the surface.
We're spending this much time, like, playing Hank's alive?
Hank Schrader is the brother-in-law of Walt, being married to Skyler's sister,
Oh,
Marie.
come on. We're
Hank
doing
is
this.
basically the total opposite of Walt. Where Walt struggles for money as a school teacher, Hank and his wife both have high-paying jobs. Hank is also a hyper-masculine, confident guy, compared to Walt's...
I'll count that. They don't point that out that much. I mean, it's obvious.
People respect and listen to Hank more, including Walt's own son. This contrast is a point of humiliation for Walt.
Hey, it's not gonna bite you, all right? Looks like Keith Richards with a glass of warm milk.
It's one of my favorite Hank
Hank is
lines.
also a high-ranking agent in the Albuquerque.
I don't know what it
DEA,
means.
Going after drug operations in the area. He's the one who actually introduces Walt to meth when he takes him on a ride-along, which sets off the events of the series. When Walt...
Walt, I'd like you to meet Meth. Nice to meet you, Meth.
adopts the Heisenberg persona and begins cooking the purest meth ever seen, Hank becomes fixated on tracking down the mysterious figure, not realizing that it's his own brother-in-law he's chasing. At the start of the series, Hank is pretty much a jerk. He's loud, abrasive, and obnoxiously macho. However, I want to clear up something that I see people misinterpreting. Hank is not a racist.
Camino? I don't know, man. Been acting kind of sus lately. Yeah, no, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not... Here's the thing, I'm not certain Hank is as racist as some of his comments imply, maybe. But I don't think Hank is just not racist. I don't think that's true. If I'm being completely real. Love Dean Norris. Love Hank. But I don't know, man.
Yes, he makes jokes and uses slurs to his partner Steve Gomez, but it's clear that this is just banter between the two. Hank obviously deeply cares about and respects his partner. It's just that in the law enforcement world, everyone has to put on a tough front to each other. My own father is in law enforcement, and casual racism is literally how you show that you care about each other. We'll be talking more about...
Is that just something your daddy said? I don't know. I'm not too sure about that one.
About Hank's faults soon, but him being a racist isn't one of them.
You exuberant Mexicans.
Captain Cook, that's a white boy's name. Dopey as hell, too.
However, Hank's abrasive attitude at the start of the series is a problem. His overconfidence and arrogance makes him a worse detective. Take the scene where he uses Wendy to teach Walt Jr. a lesson about drugs. Thinking she's nothing but an addict and a prostitute, he humiliates her for his own amusement.
Don't think so hard, it's gonna hurt your brain.
This comes back to bite him when he has her in the interrogation room.
I mean, Hank is a giant dick in that scene, but also he just kind of gets Vince Gilligan more than he gets comeuppance by his own actions. I mean, I guess it's a little bit of both, but like, what were the odds of that?
About to get her to break and confess Jesse's lies, but when she recognizes him and what he did to her before, she finds her resolve and refuses to cooperate.
Like, is Wendy the only prostitute in Albuquerque, or?
Hank's investigation would have gone a lot differently if he had treated her with a little respect before. However, the most obvious problem is the fact that Hank can't recognize that Walt is Heisenberg, even when all the information is right in front of him. He finds a gas mask from Walt's school at a crime scene, and later finds chemistry equipment missing from his lab. He knows that Jesse Pinkman, a former student of Walt's that he's still involved with, is connected to the blue meth. He finds a note in a meth cookbook dedicated to a man with the initials WW.
Ooh, we're just doing more plot recaps.
His brother-in-law is a master chemist whose cancer diagnosis and money issues coincide with the rise of a new meth kingpin named after a famous scientist.
Are you? I don't know how to... I have a rule about being constructive, so I can't ask any questions right now because all of the questions that I have right now are rhetorical and they end with the word idiot. Do you know what a rhetorical... No, of course you know what that is. You're an idiot.
Hank has the classic detective's curse. The answer is staring him in the face, but he just can't see it. This is caused in part by his judgment of Walt as weak and incapable of doing something like Heisenberg. This is highlighted perfectly in the poker scene in Season 1. Hank arrogantly tells Walt that he would never recognize a criminal in front of him, not realizing that he himself is sitting right in front of one. Walt wins the hand as well, bluffing to Hank, who can't see past his perception of Walt. However, Hank does go through a transformation on the show. When searching for Walt after he goes missing, Hank accidentally runs into Tuco. He ends up killing him during a shootout. Though he acts like it doesn't bother him, the incident leaves him with PTSD. This is only exacerbated when he's promoted to the El Paso DEA. Hank ends up witnessing a bomb kill or maim several agents, which fills him with even more fear. However, Hank's macho attitude won't let him admit to the problem. The Heisenberg investigation becomes an obsession for him, diving further into it in order to avoid dealing with his problems.
I'm gonna, since there's so little left of this, and it's less than the length of like half of one episode breakdown on that Source Brew video, I'll let him say his piece, but I'm not seeing a whole lot under the surface that he's pointing out. Like, I don't know. I don't think Hank is the hero to begin with, but he's not really justifying it in any substantial way so far.
He becomes even more aggressive, getting into fights and withdrawing from the people around him.
I mean, after what happened last time, it would make perfect sense for you to not want to go back.
I'm on to some important stuff right here, right now. And Mexico doesn't have a damn thing to do with it. Anyone who doubts that.
This downward spiral culminates with him viciously attacking Jesse after being tricked with a phone call about his wife. Hank is suspended from the DEA as a result, and he's finally forced to confront his lingering emotional trauma. By the way, the scene where he talks to Marie before
I don't know, man.
is one of the only moments in the series that made me cry.
I'm just not the man I thought I was.
Yeah, that's a good scene. But I don't know if Hank as a character grows and confronts his emotional trauma. Yeah.
The Salamanca twins, being spurred on by Gus, target Hank as revenge for killing their cousin Tuco. Hank is given a warning call by Gus and manages to take both cousins out, though he's critically wounded in the process.
I really should just, like, start a timer for the amount of minutes that are eaten up in some of these videos by just talking about the plot when it's not fully necessary. I will say not all of the plot details that he's dished out in this video are completely useless, but some of them happen. Some of them have just, like, they're not necessarily painting a bigger picture here from what I've seen so far.
Hank survives the ordeal, but is left unable to walk and faces months of tough physical therapy to recover. The loss of his mobility is deeply frustrating to Hank. Before, he was a strong...
So if it was just about the loss of Hank's mobility, might I propose that instead of, you know, spending around a minute breaking down how he got to this point, you could just say after Hank has a negative interaction with two members of the cartel, because again, the people watching this have seen that. And if they haven't, I don't know why they care whether or not Hank is the hero. So we could probably, you know, save a little time here and actually get to the shit that you think, the things that you want to criticize about Breaking Bad.
Strong, independent person. Now he needs his wife to help him go to the bathroom. Hank becomes very ornery during this time, snapping at Marie for the littlest things, and developing an obsession with collecting rocks. I mean minerals. Sorry, Hank, please don't hurt me. Though Hank is upset that he's in a wheelchair.
That, you know what, I will say that's pretty good. I've never heard that joke before. Like, you know, bringing in, cause Hank in the show, he's like, they're minerals, Marie, right? Yeah, cause you know, it's funny, right? It's fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny, right? Rocks.
The change actually does have a positive effect on his investigation.
I'm going insane.
With nothing else to do, Hank begins a serious look into the Icenberg case. And perhaps because he has a new perspective from his weaker position, he comes to a realization that he previously missed. He begins to suspect Gustavo Fring, as he has several connections to the blue meth. Though initially doubted, Hank is confirmed right when Gus is later killed by Hector Salamanca. As a result of his good work, Hank is promoted to head of his local office.
I've got 3 significant points from this so far.
Realizing that Lydia, Mike, and his lawyer are all involved in the operation. However, his investigation eventually stalls out.
Antoinette Antonio.
Hank is left with no further leads, and is almost ready to
until he shits and looks at a book.
He stumbles across Walt's Leaves of Grass book, signed by him. The realization that his brother-in-law is Icenberg hits him like a ton of bricks. He begins piecing everything together, realizing that Walt has been behind all the events of the series. Walt eventually figures out that Hank knows and goes to confront him. Hank angrily lashes out at him, not only for all the evil things he's done, but the way that he's lied and manipulated him for almost a year. He clearly feels betrayed, as despite their differences, Hank genuinely cared about Walt.
Both of those are really groundbreaking takes. Couldn't have gotten that from the text of the show.
But here's where we start to see some ugliness from Hank. Now, he had always wanted to take down Icenberg himself, considering it a point of pride to slap the handcuffs on him in person.
I wanted to be the one to slap the handcuffs on him, that kind of shit. Popeye Doyle waving to Frog 1.
In fact, his comparison of himself to Detective Popeye Doyle from the French Connection film is interesting. One, as Walt points out, Popeye doesn't actually catch Frog 1 in the movie, foreshadowing the fact that Hank doesn't end up catching Walt. And 2, Popeye Doyle isn't really a hero in the film. He becomes so obsessed with catching Frog 1, he ends up shooting a fellow law enforcement agent by accident, but doesn't care because he's so focused on getting his target. The comparison of Hank to Popeye Doyle is intentional, as Hank also becomes personally obsessed with getting Icenberg.
Well, if he gets that bad.
Not out of a desire to get justice for his victims, but to redeem himself for his failure to recognize Walt. He refuses to tell the DEA the truth, even though it would lead to Walt's arrest, as he knows it would prevent him from being a part of the investigation.
The day I go in with this, it's the last day of my career.
This putting of his own needs above the needs of the investigation is selfish, and it ends up hurting his chances. When he tries to convince Skyler to cooperate, She freaks out when she realizes that Hank only cares about getting Walt. She ends up refusing to help him, as she knows that he doesn't care what happens to her as long as he gets what he wants.
What you want?
Again, see, this is a decent-ish example of a clip that's actually, or a clip and a part of the show being recapped that's actually for a purpose, kind of.
Is to get Walt at all costs.
And this is absolutely true. When Hank later catches Jesse at Walt's house and convinces him to help him, he comes up with a plan for Jesse to talk to Walt while wearing a wire. Though Jesse is concerned that he'll be killed by Walt, Hank doesn't care, as even if Jesse is killed, he'll be able to use it as evidence against Walt.
Pinkman gets killed. We get it all on tape.
Now, maybe you can justify this by saying
bored.
that Hank considers Jesse expendable because he's a confessed murderer. But it's still not the attitude of a hero, not the kind that some people make Hank out to be. Hank isn't the good guy standing against Walt's evil ambitions. He's motivated by the same thing Walt is: pride. He wants to get Walt to defend his reputation, and is willing to sacrifice anything or anyone to do it. And just like Walt, this is what leads to his downfall. When he's ambushed by Jack's men in a desert, he and Gomez are killed and buried in Walt's money pit. They were out there without backup because Hank wanted to be the hero, the detective waving
We've
goodbye
covered
to the bad
this.
guy. But in the end, his pride and ego destroyed him the same way it destroyed Walt. Again, I'm not trying to say that Hank was a villain or had no redeeming qualities, but it was his negative traits that made him such an interesting character, and a perfect foil to Walt. Let me know your thoughts about Hank in the comments, and stay tuned for more Breaking Bad videos coming soon.
Alright, so that's kind of what I mean for, like, these, lukewarm analysis videos. I mean, not the worst thing in the world. It's alright. We're gonna talk later on about, more depthful criticisms, like really good stuff that actually, you know, sheds additional insight, kind of changes the way you view the original text. This one is very much just a, hey, if you're fucking stupid, Hank wasn't the good guy. Which is something, I guess. So I got 4 substantial points or things that I liked from that, which compared to some of the stuff we were just looking at, not bad. Not bad, gang. All right, so Pure Kino, nice work on your little Hank video. Let's watch another one. I do wish that one had less plot breakdown in it, but I'll live. Some of these I'm saving because again, I'm just in the like general kind of mid-tier analysis videos. Actually, this one, obviously we're not going to watch all of this, but this one is kind of in between. There's, if I recall, there are some insights in here that I like, but there's also just a lot of dry plot breakdown that isn't really necessary. Also, this is literally the last episode of Better Call Saul, so if you have not watched that, please do not. Just hop to a different tab for a little bit, mute me.
Episodes of Bagman and Bad Choice Road. Something you may notice about the episode as a whole is that it's not just a traditional series finale, but is also a look back through the show and celebrating how much it has achieved. Celebrating how much both shows have achieved. Presenting us with this iconic imagery is certainly fan service, but delivered in an excellent way because these flashbacks contain a lot of substance.
Also, I hate to point this out, but looks like Jartoon has released a less than 2-hour video that breaks down the entire story of Better Call Saul, which is basically what was it, not Source Brew. Shit. What was his name? Oh no, Beat Rice. Which is basically what Beat Rice did in 9 hours. You know, maybe Jartoon doesn't add in memes.
Flashback
I
takes
bet they
place
do.
after the opening of Bad Choice Road. I know this because in the opening of that episode, Saul still has urine in his Davis and Maine bottle. Whereas in the opening of Saul Gone, he comes across a stock tank and thus pours the urine away. The writing in this episode is already incredible. Saul and Mike proceed to have a conversation about a hypothetical time machine, and what point in history they would travel to. Mike making his decision with regrets in mind, and Saul making his decision whilst focusing on money.
First thing we do, take $6 million and build a time machine. Where would you go first, huh?
I'm sure he'll point this out, but it's it's because at this point Saul Goodman has become like a tier 7 expert at emotionally compartmentalizing. And so it's not, his only focus is not money, but that's the only thing he wants to think about right now to stop himself from thinking about the ways his life has gone awry, especially his brother, which he never really acknowledges until this episode that George is breaking down.
November 8, 2001.
Why?
No. March 17th, 1984. Day I took my first bribe. You.
May 10, 1965.
I know it's a small thing, but I also like that Mike has layers to his introspection, where he like thinks twice about, I believe the first date's when his son died, but the second date, you know, when he took his first bribe. And I like that he gives it some additional pause and consideration and comes to that.
It's the day Warren Buffett took over at Berkshire Hathaway. I figure got $1 million left from building the time machine, so I take my half and just stick it into Berkshire.
That's it, buddy.
The conversation of time machines in relation to regrets will be a common theme echoed throughout this episode. In this instance, it has been really interesting to see how these two speak to each other throughout their journey across the desert. They don't have too much of a friendship in Breaking Bad. They kept in contact because they can benefit each other's line of work.
Is that all we're going to point out?
In this context, they have been pushed to the limit. There has been a lot of shock, some mental breakdowns, many tense moments, and even a few surprises. So naturally, it follows they would be a lot more open in this type of setting. Mike clearly looks back at his days as a cop with a lot of guilt, especially because of the loss of Matty. Better Call Saul has done a superb job at fleshing out his character. The episode 5-0 is especially excellent at the end of the day, and this conversation is highlighting the regret with the path he chose. The money he is making in the criminal world is all going to
I get it.
Leading to
I want to hear what you say about Jimmy.
Moral Kai to him. Saul then of course only mentions money, but just like Mike, this series has done a superb job at fleshing out his character. And with this being the 63rd episode, we know at this point that he is much more complicated than the charismatic lawyer from Breaking Bad. And there is a human side to him.
If I had to do it all over again, I would maybe do some things differently. I just thought you should know that.
That you have regrets?
Yeah, I have regrets.
Even though he won't admit it here, he has many regrets and is motivated by more than just money. Saul has climbed quite far since that point and has made decent money with his career as a lawyer. But despite falling in with a bad crowd, he is not a completely selfish person. There may be part of him that's lost sight of what's important, but buried deep inside there is still a decent man who has what it takes to do something morally good.
Right, but like what, are we not gonna...
After the opening scene...
Okay, well I know that scene's not like the most important to elaborate on, but like, I do think they start on it for a reason, you know? Anyway, alright, I'm not gonna dwell on that, but I think digging a little more into the motif of the time machine in this episode is a real mistake. I've thought about making a video exclusively just about the time machine portion of that. Okay, alright, which means we are going to move down on our little iceberg. That is right, we are going to be looking now at... theory videos and icebergs and explained videos. So actually our friend Source Brew is going to come back here in a little bit because I like Source Brew's Breaking Bad iceberg. I just don't necessarily like their quote-unquote ranking because I don't like a whole lot of people's rankings on Breaking Bad because they're just episode break. What is happening down here? This is what happens when you just go naked on the YouTube algorithm. I only watched a couple of Breaking Bad pieces of content. What's going on? What's going on here, guys? You doing okay? The fuck's happening? Okay, so let's find a Breaking Bad theory. I want to find one that doesn't have a lot of views. Ah, yes, of course, the ultimate custom night theory. That's what I needed. Let's look at this one from Merge Productions. Got about 55,000 views. Now, I will point out that they are just explaining these, so I am sure, you know, they're not saying whether or not there's any credence to these theories. We're not gonna blame Merge for whatever's in here.
All those chemicals they had you working around.
We always took the proper precautions.
Hey everybody, and thank you for watching another video. My name is Merge, and when it comes to the Breaking Bad universe, after the finale of the prequel series Better Call Saul, one would assume that the book is closed on any potential for another spin-off or even sequel series. But that hasn't stopped anyone from throwing out some wild theories. And trust me, I know. I mean, have you seen much else?
I thought it was confirmed that Vince Gilligan was working on another Albuquerque-based project. Is that not true? Doesn't have to be another Breaking Bad thing. I'd be down if he just did his own stuff, but...
But recently I came across this one article with a bunch of Breaking Bad fan theories, and even a few of them that I never heard of before. Like this one in particular that I really want to talk about that turns the series into a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy for Walter White, and it is ridiculous, and I'm 100% on board with it. So in this video, I decided to go over a few of these theories and try to explain where and how they can fit into the universe without completely destroying the canon. And if you can leave a like on this video to support the channel, I'd appreciate it. So these theories come from a Middle Floss article that's titled 10 Bold Breaking Bad Fan Theories. And luckily, I've read through it so you don't have to, because if I'm being honest, they're not all winners. But I'll link the article down in the description if you want to go through it for yourself. So starting off with the first theory that's titled, Walter White picks up the traits of the people that he kills. And yeah, I kind of get this one, with the most obvious example being with Crazy 8 not eating the crust off his sandwiches. Then during season 3
I don't know if he's going to point this out, but people point out that Hank drank his drinks neat, and that Walt drinks his whiskey neat in season 5, but he drinks his whiskey neat before and after Hank is killed. So it's I don't think that one works.
Walter doing the same thing. But in my opinion, where this theory falls apart is when you think about the two gangbangers that he killed to save Jesse, and I don't remember him taking any traits from them, so yeah.
Emotionally abusing and manipulating children? Actually, physically abusing a child with poison. So I mean...
Also reading this article is how he copied Mike's choice of drink by going from straight with no ice at the beginning of season 5, but after he kills Mike, we see him having a drink with Hank, and
Oh, I my bad. I guess I remembered this wrong. Okay, he has a drink with Hank and then he has ice. But again, it doesn't work either way, because at the beginning and the end of the season, he does a dimple pinch neat, which has no ice.
He has it on the rocks. And I hate to be that guy, but this theory falls apart again during the penultimate episode.
Yeah, there we go.
Drink sitting at the bar, and I don't know about you guys, but I don't see no kind of ice in that cup.
No, it's the fucking song that plays is called Dimple Pinch Neat. That's the drink he orders. That's the drink he orders that bookends season 5. Why do I?
Not even conversation. And also, shout out to Walter, who's just the greatest tipper in the world, especially because he orders food and drinks and doesn't even take a sip or a bite of it at all, and yet still leaves a $100 tip every time. And they call him...
Dog. That look like $100 to you? It is at most 40. It's like 20. Alright, I'm nitpicking shit.
And yet still leaves a $100 tip every time. and they call him a monster.
Also, it's not a $100 tip if you didn't already pay for the food. I guess with the Denny's thing, it is a $100 tip because it was a free breakfast, but...
But the article continues to read that the last person he copies was Gus with his car. And I didn't understand this at first because we know Walter was famous for driving the Pontiac Aztek or the Black Chrysler. And as far as I know, Gus has only been known for riding in the green Volvo or being chauffeured around in a black SUV. But when I look back on it, we did see him make it from New Hampshire to Albuquerque in a stolen white Volvo.
Also, why would Gus be the last person he copies when you just mentioned he copied Mike and Mike dies after Gus?
But I mean, that's a bit of a stretch if you ask me. It wasn't even his car. And in my opinion, I feel the trait he emulated the most from Gus would have been his mannerisms as a business owner. Take this scene for example, when Walter was trying to tell Gus about the tracker.
May I help you? I didn't do it. Do it.
Also, he's not pointing out the fact that Walt kneels on a towel to vomit after this at some point, and that's something that Gus did. And that's typically what people point to as the carry through between that.
May I help you with your order?
And then you compare it with this scene of Lydia trying to get Walter to come back to cook.
Lydia,
Again, none of my concern. There's your change, and if you'll hand this to your car wash professional, and have an A1 day.
So overall, this theory was okay, but it did have a lot of flaws. So if I had to give it a score, I'd give it a 3 out of 10. And I may consider changing it if you can answer this one
3 out of
question in
10?
the comments. If Walter White survived during the finale of Breaking Bad, and going by this theory of him taking traits from people, what trait...
Listen, here's the thing, yeah.
...do you think he would have picked up from Jack?
He picked up a trait from Jack right afterwards. He dies. How much more Jack could you get? Immediately after Jack dies, Walt picks up the trait of dying. I don't know how he missed it. That's dumb.
For me, I put my money on smoking because, I mean, he's already got lung cancer. But
no, he smoked before.
Moving on to the second.
He also did not have a large opportunity to smoke after, nor did he. He just fucking smeared his blood on the Vice tank and died.
In this article that's titled, Gus Fring works for the CIA. And I'm not gonna lie, this one gets me curious because there's so much of his life that we don't really know about, and even a huge gap of it that's missing according to Hank.
Before 86, this guy.
That I would maybe believe that in Pinochet's regime that Gus was a part of that, like part of the CIA for that. But the people who say he was still part of the CIA, like after coming to the U.S., I'm not so sure about that.
And then you have this initial reaction Gus gave when Hank asked him if Gus Fring was his real name. And the reason it catches my attention is because just for a second, it looked like Hank was able to break through his calm and friendly demeanor. And maybe he became nervous because he knows that Hank is onto him. And that's why shortly after meeting with the investigators, Gus and Mike were having a conversation about how to get rid of him. With the biggest piece of evidence being the conversation...
Pinochet's regime was notoriously unreliable.
Would you have a problem with that?
But as far as this theory goes, I feel it has some credibility based off the fact that Gus's records can't really be found before 1987. And if I do the math right, we know that Gus was born in 1958 according to the Breaking Bad Wikipedia page. And fun fact, when he died, he was 51 years old, making him 1 year older than Walter White at the time.
I believe they were alike in that way.
And during the flashback when he first met Donna Ladio, it states that he was 31. And if I calculate this right, 1958 plus 31 years, and you get them meeting in 1989. So that would mean that if he was picked up by the CIA, even by the age of 18, that would still be over 10 years of his life unaccounted for. Doing what? Well, if we're going by this theory, maybe he was a part of a special ops unit where he has to go undercover. But during a mission, he faked his own death and started a new life in Albuquerque. And that sounds cool and all, but I imagine a younger Gus to have been just as ruthless as the Salamancas were. And somewhere down the line, maybe when meeting Max, that's when he became civilized. So with this theory, I'm like 50-50 on it, where I don't really care for the CIA element, but I do like the conversation being opened up about a young Gus prequel series. And
I don't really think it matters, and I do not want a Gus prequel series. I've seen, can I be honest? I've seen enough fucking Gus. I love Gus. I love Gustavo Fring. I love Giancarlo Esposito. Less is more. Less is fucking more. Now that I've seen all the shit in Better Call Saul, honestly, I feel like he's a less intimidating character when I watch him in Breaking Bad. That shouldn't happen. Mike, I feel like I love the elaboration on him, but fucking Gus, less is more. He's the villain. I did not need an entire, like, crazy backstory for him in the lab. I liked the lab plotline too, but it was all unnecessary. I did not need to see that much more Gus, and I do not fucking want to see more Gus. I don't. Make something else.
So Jimmy and Mike falling deeper into the criminal underworld. And seeing how him and Walter are about the same age, we can see both their lives play out during this series. And although they'll never cross paths in their younger days, I think it'll be interesting to see how two seemingly normal men will be corrupted by the world around them. Because they both have an event in their lives that forever changes them. For Gus, it could have been meeting Max or joining the CIA, and for Walter, it could have been the weekend he broke up with Gretchen or the day he sold his share of the company.
Are you fucking kidding me? You want to watch that? I mean, I'd watch anything Vince Gilligan makes, especially with these, you know, this production company, these actors. But you want to watch Walter White getting over his breakup with Gretchen and his leaving gray matter. And you want to watch that series where, like, instead of like it swapping between Saul and Mike, it's swapping between young Walter White and young Gus after they have their little love kerfuffles that end in different ways. What the fuck? That's what you want? You know what? I'm not gonna yuck your yum, dog. I don't know about all that.
In this timeline,
Or you could also say, I don't know, man.
they definitely call for a recast, considering they'd be 30 years younger when this series would take place. But that could bring in a different energy to the universe and even introduce us to characters that were only mentioned in the series. Like
No.
Walter's parents or
Also, have you seen, like, their capability to do prequel shit as far as, like, de-aging and stuff? Unless they implement different tech than they've already been using, it's not going to look very good. Like, 30 years prior?
for Gus's siblings. And I think a cool touch that would set the series apart from the rest of the shows would be to turn the city into an actual character by having the series begin with Albuquerque being clean, safe, and thriving. But the longer that Walter and Gus stay in the city, it would slowly begin to decay and turn into what it is during the events of Better Call Saul. And
Walt's just gonna be a school teacher. And he's gonna get groceries. And raise Walter Jr. And Gus would be a little more interesting, but I don't. It makes a chicken restaurant. What are you talking? This has nothing to do with the theory either. It doesn't. Like, it was about Gus's past and whether or not he was in the CIA. It has nothing to do with any of this fucking bullshit. Nothing in the theory said that they needed to do this. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
but that's just me. So for this theory, I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10 because although Gus turning into a CIA agent isn't completely out of the question, I think if he had those resources that early on in his life, he wouldn't have had nearly as hard of a time to get rid of the cartel. And I mainly scored this one high for the spin-off potential, if I'm being honest. But let's move on to the other side of that coin with our next theory, which is the reason why I made this video. And this one describes the true origins of Walter White's lung cancer, and it may not be what you think it is. So allow me to take you on a trip to the Icenberg and paint a picture for you if I could. So years ago, before Gus, Jesse, or Saul, Walter White was just a college graduate starting up a new company with his two friends, Gretchen and Elliot, a company that would later be known as Gray Matter Technologies.
What does Madrigal have to do with any of this?
Scientific research. And if the plaque shown in the pilot episode is any indication, it was Walter's research in proton radiology that helped him win the Nobel Prize. But being that he was working with these various chemicals and gases, over time they would have needed something to filter out the air. And we're not talking about a run-of-the-mill air filter that you get from Home Depot. No, they're going to need a high-quality, industrial-grade air filter. And the only place that will sell that caliber of equipment is a German company known as Madrigal Electromotive. And
That's not even true.
Tens of thousands of dollars into a couple of air filters.
That's not fucking true. Madrigal is not the only company that sells industrial air filters in the entire Breaking Bad universe. It's still in fucking real life. It's still in America. You know, like, there's one company that, like, there's only one way to get an industrial air filter. I'm sure that there's at least a couple. Even in 1980 or whenever the fuck that was going on.
Seemingly go back to normal. But throughout Walter's...
Was Madrigal even around back then? I know he, like, fucking German Peter Schuler and Gus were buddies, like, back in the day, but that doesn't mean Madrigal always existed, like, especially in the 80s. You cannot give this more than like a 2.
He would start to develop a cough, but he wouldn't think nothing of it, especially at this point in his life where he's dating Gretchen and even thinking about proposing. But neither he nor anyone else would have ever figured out that
Also, what the fuck are you talking about, man? They made it clear that at the beginning of the series, episode 1 of Breaking Bad, it seemed like he had had a cough for a few weeks. Like he thought he had a cold. And then he goes to the doctor and gets diagnosed with lung cancer. You're implying that he's had this cough since 1980. You think he thought he had a cough for, like, a cold for that long?
The quote, high quality air filters that were purchased turned out to be cheap and defective products. And with Madrigal's reputation, any accusations of having subpar products would be met with a cease and desist letter from their lawyers. And after breaking off the engagement...
Also, does Madrigal sell those products? Wouldn't they just acquire them and distribute them to their different vendors? Am I dumb for saying that? Doesn't Madrigal just, like, it's a conglomerate, right? Maybe they're an umbrella that owns some, like, different whatever. I don't fucking... It's called Electromotive. I'm sure there's something.
To buy a house and eventually start a family with Skylar. But as the years pass, he has all but forgotten about his glory days at the company that he helped found, because now he finds himself working 2 jobs and barely making ends meet. But when he passes out on the floor of the A1 car wash, his life will be forever changed when he's given his terminal cancer diagnosis. And for the next year and a half, we see Walter go from high school chemistry teacher to drug kingpin. And after literally killing off the competition, he sits down with Lydia Rodart Quell to expand his empire. And she would just so happen to be an executive at the prestigious company that is Madrigal Electromotive. And many months later, after Walter's been long dead, Gretchen and Elliot gives Junior the $9 million trust. And during their visit, a conversation is had between Gretchen and Skylar about a lawsuit that Gray Matter's in the middle of with Madrigal for having defective air filters for years and even decades. And before leaving, Gretchen and Skylar would share a look of acknowledgement, knowing that things could have turned out very differently had they just known this earlier.
What are you fucking talking about? What the fuck? What is this fanfic bullshit? What was that last part? Where it's just like, after the end of the finale episode, this is what happens. Like, she goes over to the house and she tells Skylar, hey, boo-boo, the air filters never worked. We're doing a lawsuit. Oh. And Skylar's like, oh, shit. What? Okay. Fucking proceed,
series,
counselor.
As mentioned previously, the other side of that Young Gus prequel. And during Walter's story, we can add another layer of complexity by making Elliot out to be this Judas character in his life that was always sabotaging Walter behind his back. From knowing about the defective air filters, wink wink, to even moving in on Gretchen after they break up. And telling a story of how betrayal can come from those closest to you, while also sticking to the theme of that person hiding in plain.
Bro, I hate like almost every addition you're making to these theories. Can you just fucking talk about what the article says and not add in your own like new fucking Vince Gilligan shit series?
Now imagine if that's how Elliot was written in the show, and during the scene at his birthday party, there was just an underlying level of tension throughout the conversation they were having.
Yeah, that would fucking suck. He's not supposed to be a bad person. He's supposed to make it hard for what it's supposed to be a juxtaposition. It's supposed to be understandable why Walt might hate him, but it's not because Elliot is explicitly a bad person. I'm going crazy. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sorry. I thought I would like these more.
So, in my opinion, I feel this theory works the best for being a spin-off prequel, and if you put...
Oh, what? My God, shut the fuck up about your prequels, dude. Shut up.
With the Young Gus idea from earlier, I think it could really be something special. 8 out of 10 theory for sure.
That's fucking stupid, man. That's stupid. That's a stupid theory. I outlined why factually based off of the text of the show that you're fucking making fanfic about. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid. 8 out of 10.
Now moving on to one that made me go, thank God this didn't happen. And that is, what if Walter hallucinated the events of the finale? And when first reading the title,
Yeah,
I
I've
would have
heard
assumed
that.
the theory was going to go in the direction of Walter hallucinating the events of the entire series, then waking up in the doctor's office while getting his diagnosis. But
That's
no,
fucking
because
stupid. That's your assumption, because like I'm sorry, I don't want to be this person, but every additional thing you've added to these theories have been the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Continue to read this article. This theory makes Walter out to be some sort of senile old man by the end of the series, because it reads that during the opening of the final episode, Walter White would have hallucinated the events of the finale while being surrounded by police in a car that he couldn't get to start. So he never gets the money to Gretchen and Elliot to give to his family, Jesse would have never been freed, and the bodies of Hank and Steve Gomez would have never been found.
This would make for an amazing prequel series. I really think there's a lot of potential here with frozen Walt inside of the car and all the police, and like, what were the police doing? What did the police have for breakfast that morning? What's the makeup of the police officers' families? I really think we need to go back 30 years, have Vince Gilligan film it all out, and Albuquerque could look better. Isn't that cool? Isn't that a good theory? Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Isn't that fucking cool? Aren't you happy with what I added to this dumbass fucking theory?
Leaving the show a whole lot worse and depressing than the actual ending. And for me, when I see theories like this, or even actual shows that end with the main character waking up from a dream or having a vision that was the entirety of the episode, it's like the writers are trying to choose between two endings and can't decide, so they just put both of them in and say one was a dream. And I think that is one of the most indecisive and frustrating ways to end a series. But with all that being said, if you look at the other side of this equation, I've always felt that it was a little too convenient how Walter was able to tie up every single one of his loose ends and doing what he set out to do, which was to provide for his family after he's gone. And he's even had enough time to be able to squeeze in making peace with Skylar as well. But regardless of the nitpicks
They didn't make peace.
I still prefer the ending that we got over an ending where Walter basically goes out like Saul Goodman, but worse. Because the moment he goes to jail, I'm sure Lydia would have Jack and his crew take care of him. And plus, him having this vivid hallucination about what he wanted to do just to end up getting arrested comes off as him more having dementia or something, and it would really destroy the reputation and legacy of Icenberg. So for this theory, I'll give it a...
Well, no, I don't think the theory was that he just, like, fell asleep and hallucinated that and then he woke up and got arrested. I'm pretty sure the theory was he froze to death and hallucinated that as he was freezing to death in a car that wouldn't start. That's... In fact, I'm pretty sure if I go back here and read it, that's gonna be exactly what it fucking says, isn't it? Yeah, Walt died an episode earlier as the police surrounded his car in New Hampshire. I didn't even edit this into my fucking video and look at it for that long. I looked at it for the 5 seconds you flashed it on the screen, and I still understand it better than you fucking do.
The scariest dream. I was his meth dealer.
So like I said at the beginning of the video, I did read through this article and there's not many theories worth talking about other than the ones that I did mention. And the hallucination one was just something I wanted to add.
No, the ones you mentioned were real fucking good, especially with the additions you made to them. Man, I said at the beginning that I was just gonna judge the theories, but the theories were kind of fine. I mean, some of them were stupid, but they were fine. This person's fucking additions to those theories were so stupid. Fuck. Let's see what H&N does with it. Giving H&N another shot here.
Saul are often considered to be some of the best TV shows ever made, and have gathered an incredibly large following over the years. And with a large following comes a lot of fan theories, and while some of them can be mildly plausible and convincing, with Breaking Bad...
Whoa! Why is that what you pop up on the screen? What the fuck, man? That's what you pop up when you say there are some theories that make sense?
Seems to have a habit of coming up with the dumbest shit you could possibly think of. And with the release of Better Call Saul's final season just a few weeks away, I thought it would be a good time to dive into a fan base and try and find as many theories as I could, in case the upcoming season confirms any of them. These theories range from pretty likely to
Oh, yeah, because that's gonna happen.
I'm going to present it as an iceberg because those are still relevant.
Oh, come on, man. Iceberg within an iceberg? I guess we were about to talk about an iceberg anyway, but...
Also rate each theory out of 10 on a scale of how likely they are.
Gus is gay is not a theory. And you made it to the mid-season break of season 6 in Better Call Saul, presumably. Or at least that's what was out whenever you were talking about this. It seems like. Maybe I'm wrong. But also Kim being Wendy's. We already talked about this.
Popular theory that is most likely a meme, but I see it so frequently that I decided to include it. Basically, some people think that Kim Wexler from Better Call Saul will somehow end up as Wendy from Breaking Bad, that prostitute who Jesse sometimes hooked up with.
Wendy's in Better Call Saul, I thought.
And ends with the fact that we haven't seen Kim and Wendy in the same
Pretty
room
sure.
before, at least not yet.
Maybe I'm wrong.
It seems that pretty much every movie or TV show has a dream theory, and Breaking Bad has multiple variations of it. Some people think that the entire show was a dream for Bryan Cranston's character from Malcolm in the Middle. Some people think
that's
it was
not
a dream Jesse
something
had in
people
chemistry
actually
class,
think.
and some
That's
people
also
think
not
the
something
finale
people.
was a dream, which we'll get to later on.
That is
I
something people
don't particularly
think.
care for dream theory in any situation, and don't think it's very likely, especially considering Better Call Saul exists.
Also, I would more call it a pre-death hallucination in the, like
This theory is
penultimate
barely a
episode
theory,
one.
It's basically canon.
Yeah,
Ross got real
it
mad
is
when Hank
canon.
killed his business partner Max, to the point that he dedicated the rest of his life to getting revenge.
Wasn't just
Not
his
to mention
business
that he built
partner.
a memorial for him that we see in Better Call Saul. It seems very likely that Gus and Max are a bit more than just business partners, considering we never see any evidence of him having any interest in women, despite being in the same room as Lydia. This is easily at least.
What's with you, man? What's with you? What the fuck's going on? Like, first you fucking put up that theory about Gail, and now you're like, even though he was in the room with Lydia, we all know we want to fuck Lydia, right? And I'm not saying Lydia's not hot, especially when she's not putting on an English accent, like Scottish Lydia, oh baby. But like, what does that have to do with anything you're talking about? Like, what the fuck? What?
It's a 9 out of 10 chance of being true, and we may finally get confirmation in Better Call Saul's last season.
This one's dumb.
This is probably the most popular fan theory to come out of the show since it ended, to the point that Matt Pat himself even made a video about it. And despite whatever evidence there is to support it, it's still stupid and has been shut down by both Vince Gilligan and Bryan Cranston on numerous occasions.
I'm glad. No, Bryan Cranston wanted Walter White to be alive. He had, like, the first couple of interviews he did after the show ended, he was like, well, you don't know whether or not I'm dead. I like pretending like Bryan Cranston always sounds like Heisenberg Walt.
Proven in El Camino, where the radio says that Walter's definitely dead. So hopefully people can stop talking about it now.
Walt Jr. is Ernie is Gus's son? What? That's so fucking stupid.
When Better Call Saul was in its early seasons, people often theorized that Ernesto and Gus Fring were connected in some way.
That's
Usually saying
stupid.
He's his son, or even that they're the same person. The evidence
What?
is that they are both.
There's no way there were people saying Ernie and Gus are the same guy. What the fuck?
Black. That's it. This theory, like the Gus one, is also pretty likely, as we never see anything indicate.
What the fuck? Well, Actually, I'm not so sure.
Walt Jr. has any interest in women, but we often hear about his friend Lewis. So it's definitely possible that.
Well, no, he has a scene where he's trying to like he's peeking at a lady at like their parents' party. Sorry for the alliteration, but no, actually no 8 out of 10. There's some weird like straight confirmation shit with Walt Jr. Not that I respect that. I'd prefer if he was gay, but I don't think he is.
This stupid theory has been floating around before Better Call Saul even aired, and is still being brought up to this day. Why people think it would be a good and satisfying idea to have this show just end abruptly the second it reaches Breaking Bad timeline, I will never know. But
See, little column A, little column B, right? Because, like, yes, the series ending when it abruptly shifts to the Breaking Bad timeline, that would suck ass. But the way it abruptly shifts to the Breaking Bad timeline and just does it, fucking pulls the rug out from under you and, like, hits you with an axe, kind of like Lalo. That's fuck, dude. Like, that's powerful. I'm glad it doesn't end the series like that. But even if it did, that I would not have like completely hated it.
Saying it when season 6 starts.
Oh, season 6 hasn't started. That's why he's not aware that Gus is gay, even though that was pretty clear before then. Hal?
This is a theory that Walter White and Hal from Malcolm in the Middle are the same person.
Oh,
God
God damn
Went
it.
into witness protection and got a whole new identity and family. This theory kind of stopped making sense when the finale aired, where Walt died. But if you happen to stop watching the show after Ozymandias, you could make the connection with the vacuum disappear.
Yeah, because I'm gonna fucking drop off the show after Ozymandias. When there's like, what, 2 episodes left? And I've just watched like one of the best episodes of television ever made. I'm like, yep, time to go back to Malcolm in the Middle. The fuck are you talking about?
You're a guy made Hal Walt's new identity.
Yeah, good. At least he's recognizing that most of these are shit.
This theory is that after the events of Breaking Bad, Skylar committed suicide due to her life being ruined, most likely via noose. This is because in the last shot of the show where we can see Skylar, her shadow on the wall looks a lot like someone hanging themselves. It's definitely a possibility, but I don't think she would do that when she still has Walt Jr. and Holly with her.
Well, if you had researched, you would have known that that was a possibility. Except it would have been Skylar slitting her wrists when she and Walt were in a motel together, and he would have stumbled into her in the bathroom. But hey, why do I need to actually know shit about Breaking Bad to make a Breaking Bad video?
After Chuck burns himself to death at the end of season 3 of Better Call Saul, Jimmy receives a letter that was written by Chuck sometime before his demise. It's a pretty nice letter, and as such, some people theorize that it was actually Kim who wrote the letter. First off, the letter doesn't mention Jimmy becoming a lawyer at all, so if Chuck did write it, it was before Jimmy became a lawyer. People have suggested that Chuck did in fact write a letter at a more recent time, as late as after him and Jimmy's last conversation, and that Kim read the original letter first, decided it was too mean, and replaced it with a nicer one. So even though there is a modicum of evidence to support this, it still seems unlikely since it mentions some details that only Chuck and Jimmy would know. And it was also refuted by both Bob Odenkirk and Thomas Schnauz, one of the writers of the show. There's also some other theories branching off of this one, such as Jimmy ad-libbing the letter on the spot, which seems highly unlikely, and that Chuck didn't mean any of what he wrote, which is a whole other discussion.
Okay, couple of things here. So it would make no sense for Kim to have written the letter at all. I mean, first of all, she gets handed it in the show, but even anecdotally, I know she could have like removed it and replaced it or like made something that looks like the letter. I mean, it's, you know, whatever the fuck she wanted to do. But like he mentioned, there is some substance to that letter that is like exclusive to like Jimmy and Chuck. And more importantly, in my opinion, if Kim had written it, if Kim was trying to pep Jimmy up, she would have mentioned him becoming a lawyer. She would have probably said some form of Chuck being proud of him for being a lawyer. But she fucking doesn't because she didn't write the letter. You want to know why Chuck didn't mention Jimmy becoming a lawyer? Because he wasn't fucking proud of Jimmy for becoming a lawyer. That was the whole point. He felt remorseless, resentful anger towards Jimmy for shit that he had no control over, and the only time he felt better about it was when he could have Jimmy under his thumb in a position far below him in an environment that he controlled. So I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't think that theory makes a lot of sense, personally. Probably. What?
Throughout the many times we've seen Kaylee over both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, her age seems to be very inconsistent due to her being played by multiple actresses over the years.
That is very true.
Led some people to speculate that perhaps Kaylee is a Benjamin Button-esque situation, where she ages in reverse, or just is fucked up aging in general. Perhaps this is why Mike is trying to get her so much
Stop
money,
aging
so
backwards, Kaylee.
We'll have to wait and see if this is finally revealed in season 6.
Kaylee, get off the swing, you're gonna turn 80 years old.
There's a theory going around that Kim Wexler is not Kim's real name, and she's actually in hiding after using the vacuum service. On top of that, there may be an even grander conspiracy that Kim is only with Jimmy as part of some super long game plan to scam him into getting her tons of money, most likely through the Sandpiper settlement, which as of season 5 is still pending. People have said this is possible because
What
Kim
in
doesn't have a middle
the
name.
fuck are you talking about, dude? again, HN is not making these theories, and actually I think he's done a very good job of not doing what the last person did and like elaborating in the stupidest ways possible and like giving really stupid ratings. I think this is pretty well handled, but Jesus, this theory is dumb.
Which is oddly brought up during her and Jimmy's wedding.
Do you, James Morgan McGill, take Kimberly Wexler? No middle name.
I personally take great offense to this, as I also don't have a middle name, so does that mean
Yeah.
I'm also in hiding after committing some kind of crime? Anyways, this theory just seems way too far-fetched to be true, but it's definitely possible that we may find out some kind of secret about Kim in Season 6.
Oh no.
This is a theory that sometime between the events
What?
of Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, Kim underwent intense plastic surgery and became Skylar White, possibly murdering the real Skylar and taking her place. This will definitely be revealed in Season 6, so get hyped.
What?
In Better Call Saul, there is an unusually large amount of
Also, it's not Peter Gould's foot fetish, it's presumably Bob Odenkirk's foot fetish from all the evidence that's been released. And I love Bob Odenkirk, by the way. Bob, if you're listening, come kiss me, daddy. Wait, no, that's not good. I shouldn't have said that. But I love Bob Odenkirk. He might have a foot thing, and you know what? Yes.
shots where a character's feet are prominently featured.
It's
in
funny.
Kim's. Considering this wasn't really a thing in Breaking Bad, it's most likely attributed to Saul's co-creator Peter Gould, who may or may not have a Tarantino-esque fetish. This theory does make a lot of sense.
What are you talking
and
about?
I'm expecting many more Kim feet shots in Season 6.
I don't think there are that many, actually.
This was a theory that was going around after Breaking Bad's Season 3 finale aired, which ended on the cliffhanger of Jesse shooting Gale. There's a rather odd camera turn before Jesse pulls the trigger, which led people to believe that Jesse didn't shoot him at all, and maybe shot the oven, causing the explosion instead. I don't know why he would do this, but we never do see Jesse explicitly kill Gale, so there's still a 1% chance he didn't do it, and Gale's head just did that. Despite the fact that Chuck's electromagnetic hypersensitivity was proven to be a mental illness as early as the 5th episode of the show, it may be that his EHS was real all along, and most times he didn't feel anything were just exceptions. Or maybe Chuck pretended he didn't feel the pain as part of a grander plan to accomplish something.
Why? Dude, I thought this was just gonna be like a teaser thing. Don't fucking talk about this. I don't want... Why, man? I don't need this. I don't want this. Why? Man? His performance in Better Call Saul does make me much more uncomfortable than his original performance. But that doesn't mean... I mean... Come on, man.
Chemistry skills to get a normal job, and instead chose to work in the illegal drug trade, and came to
He did it for money.
the conclusion that he couldn't get a normal job due to his history as a sex offender. This
That's not true. He's in fucking Better Call Saul, and he has a job at a lab.
Reddit posts details of the evidence, such as that his weird video he made has Thai subtitles, which is apparently infamous for its sex trading, often amongst minors. There's also
Bro,
the fact that
so you
Gale
go to
was
Thailand and you do karaoke and suddenly that?
weirdo, who would probably be a Discord mod if it existed in his time.
7? I don't know about this anymore. And that wasn't on the bottom end? Tuco's...
This is an
What are
interesting
you
theory that I
talking
couldn't find
about?
much evidence for beyond the vibe Tuco gives off. Maybe we will see his cannibalistic side emerge in Season 6 when he gets out of jail.
Jesus Christ. 6! Why? No.
This is the theory that Skylar was actually responsible for Walt's cancer thanks to her smoking habits.
Walt implies that she hasn't done this in a long time.
Call Skylar haters like, I hate women, you know?
Mhm.
But it is possible.
Walt Jr.'s disability? Oh my god. 5? Whoa, no! Why are you platforming this shit?
Possible that when Lalo returns to Albuquerque, he kidnaps.
I feel like I should skip this. In fact, I'm gonna skip this. Yeah, good. 2 out of 10. Kaylee's a ton.
This is a variation of
All the dumbass
Kaylee
Kaylee theories.
Some time travel chicanery.
Stop fucking time traveling, Kaylee. I'm trying to push you on the swing. Then you go back to 1987 and I can't swing you anymore.
To stay an 8-year-old for the rest of history. Seems more likely than the other theory, in my opinion.
What? This shit is so fucking dumb. I can't... You chose to put these theories in here.
This is similar to the Kim is Skylar theory, except it's Lalo who gets plastic surgery to become Walt after faking his death. To avoid suspicion from Gus. He then starts his meth vampire and all that stuff as a long game plan to get revenge on Gus, which he eventually does.
Yeah. That's a 1.
Despite the finale of Breaking Bad being loved by just about everyone, some have taken issue with the fact that pretty much everything goes Walt's way in the end, and he didn't get the proper punishment he deserved. Someone then came up with a theory that the finale was actually a hallucination, and Walt actually froze to death in the car that he was in at the start of the episode because he got locked in it or something. I do like this.
Oh, he actually got the theory right. That's
theory,
good.
But the existence of El Camino kind of ruins it.
Ugh, this one.
Some have theorized that it's possible that Walt Jr. is in fact not Walt's son, but Ted's in some previous affair Skylar had with him. Maybe that's why he's named Walt Jr., as a way of compensating for the fact that Walt isn't his father.
Yeah. We're getting some accurate ratings on some of
Ever wondered
these.
how Gus shows almost superhuman abilities to know what Walt is doing at any given time? This theory states that Walt's glasses that he's always wearing were actually bugged, and Gus had an earpiece to listen to everything he was doing. That's how he knew not to get into the car in end times, because Walt was saying out loud that Gus should keep going.
Keep going.
This one does make sense to an extent, but probably isn't true because
No, it doesn't.
Know what was going on with Hector in Face Off.
Yeah.
Since
What?
we never explicitly see Chuck die, it's only natural he faked his death as part of some grand scheme. Perhaps
Fucking
to show how bad he
Scoozy?
can become when he isn't held back by Chuck. We also never see Chuck's body, so this theory is basically canon.
The coroners did!
Grand return in season 6.
Okay, good. Jesus.
This theory suggests that Walt was never diagnosed with cancer, and instead made it up as an excuse to start cooking meth since he was so bored with his life. This means that Walt paid off all the doctors throughout the series to act like he had cancer, and also fake coughed all the time. Not sure how the scene where Walt finds out he has cancer fits into the picture, but this theory is pretty bad, especially considering how bad Walt is at lying throughout the series, but somehow he managed to keep alive that he had cancer going all the way to his grave. Remember that stupid plane crash plot at the end of season 2 of Breaking Bad? Some people think that some series of events will lead to Howard getting on that plane, or some theories say it's Kim instead, or maybe both. I even saw a comment saying that it could be a dramatic end of episode cliffhanger, where Howard gets on a plane, and then it's revealed to be the explosion plane, just like that movie with Robert Pattinson where it ends with him in the Twin Towers.
Jesus Christ. Huel ate Kim? What
Season
the...
4 of Breaking Bad, Mike starts to take an interest in Jesse and becomes something of a mentor figure to him. Because of this, genius Breaking Bad fans decided that this meant Mike was Jesse from the future, who traveled back in time in an attempt to save his past self from a life of pain and suffering. I'm not sure if he really succeeded, or why he waited until season 4 to start giving a shit about Jesse, but I doubt whoever came up with this theory thought about any of that. When Huel showed up in season 3 of Better Call Saul, it was a surprise to see him looking a lot slimmer than he did in Breaking Bad. This of course led fans to come up with some reason as to how Huel packed on so much extra girth, which is that Huel ate Kim at some point between the two shows. This also conveniently explains why Kim
Boy, Todd looks a little heavier in El Camino. I guess before those flashbacks happened, he fucking ate Don Eladio. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Kim isn't in Breaking Bad because she was inside Huel. It's unknown whether Saul knew about this, but I'm assuming he doesn't. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't want to keep Huel around after such an event.
Yeah, good. Huel would never do that.
This theory states that Gus is able to tap into the animals around him, and that allows him to see things that he otherwise wouldn't be able to. In the End Times episode, Gus is going towards his car, but stops for some reason, then leaves. What you may not have noticed is that a bird flies past Walt during this scene, which is actually Gus using the bird to see what Walt is up to after getting suspicious about the whole affair. And in the next episode, we see a bird fly past outside the window while Walt is talking about Gus's supposed sixth sense. There's also a bird flying around when Gomez is doing his inspection of the laundry, which makes sense considering Gus would definitely want to keep track of something like that. This plays into a bigger theory where Gus is the Grim Reaper and Walt is the Antichrist. I strongly recommend reading the theory for yourself, which I'll be sure to link in the description. Walt shaves his head, he might shave his testicles, Mike is bald, testicles are bald, bravo Vince.
No rating.
The last theory on the iceberg is
that
this
one.
Walt's house is the root cause of all the problems in the show and is what made Walt choose to cook meth. At the start of the show, Walt's family is shown to be struggling to make ends meet. He's working 2 jobs at both the high school and the car wash, and yet they live in a house with a pool, and a pretty nice pool at that. And yet we practically never see anyone swim in it. Like the pool is just an accessory to make the family seem successful, but it's purely a facade. The pool is a metaphor for the vanity of people, living beyond their means for the sake of appearance. The pool becomes a place where bad things happen,
That sounds almost exactly like another video I've seen on this stuff. Like almost verbatim. I wonder which one came out after the other.
Skylar attempts to drown herself, where Walt decides to poison Brock. His most unforgivable decision is made at the edge of a pool, staring at it, hypnotized. The pool is alive, encouraging Walt to do these terrible things. When Skylar goes to drown herself, she stares at the pool like Walt did, and don't forget the other pool featured.
Okay, he's definitely reading off of something, and he's not saying what the source is.
Prominently in the series, the pool where both Gus's boyfriend and Don Eladio are killed. When Walt Jr. vomits into the pool, it's a sign of how corrupt the family has become, a stain on their trophy. When Walt has second thoughts about his business, he burns his money, but then suddenly changes his mind and saves the money by doing what? Throwing it in the pool. The pool reached out and dragged him back into the life of crime, like how it dragged Skylar into an almost certain death. Most of what I just said was paraphrased from another excellent Reddit post that I will link in the description.
Not even paraphrased.
So that brings us to the end of the iceberg. Now that we're armed with his knowledge, we can watch a final season of Better Call Saul with a level of insight unmatched by normal fans.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
I feel real educated right now. No, I'm not fucking doing that. Okay. Here's the thing, the Source Brew one is too long for me to get into, but know that that is a good iceberg. Like, I do kind of like that iceberg. It's kind of funny. It's got some good bits in it, well edited. I don't hate Source Brew. I just don't like their ranking, because I don't like any of the Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul rankings, basically. Let's see what this iceberg has to say, because I don't think I've seen this one.
Stop trying to justify this whole thing and admit you're in danger.
Today, I'm going to show a complete Breaking Bad iceberg chart. From Mandela effects to real-life stories, we're going to cover all areas of the Breaking Bad universe. Now, if you don't know already, an iceberg chart is a big chart full of tiers of popularity about a certain topic. The things at the top of the iceberg you might already know. As we go further down the iceberg, they become...
Jesus Christ, it sounds like he re-records like every, half a sentence. Like, I can hear so many, little... cuts to the audio.
More and more obscure. Just like in my Walking Dead iceberg video, I've made this chart myself and I've got 5 tiers. The first one is called Basic Tip, then there's Underwater, Murky Waters, the Deep, and then finally the Dark Unknown.
And of course, I've made sure to put my handsome anime avatar as the little thing for everything on this little tier list, so I hope you like that.
So let's start with basic tip. SaveWalterWhite.com. That website that Walt Jr. makes in season 2 is actually a real website. If you click anywhere on the page, it takes you to the AMC website to watch The Walking Dead. Werner Heisenberg.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. If it looks like your avatar is supposed to be like a yassified, like handsome version of yourself, and you're using that as a representation for a bunch of different shit in your video, I hate that. I don't like. I think that's just fucking cringy as shit.
Walter White's street name and alter ego is Heisenberg, named after Werner Heisenberg, one of the key pioneers of quantum mechanics. In Better Call Saul, we also meet another Werner, one of the engineers who helped Gus create
Werner
There comes a time where Gus feels he has to get rid of Werner because he can't trust him and he's already said too much about.
Let's see how long that spoiler warning was on the screen.
Werner, one of the engineers who helped Gus create the lab. There comes a time where Gus feels he has to get rid of Werner
4 seconds.
because he can't trust him and he's already
I guess that works. You should probably verbalize it.
Mike.
What if somebody's listening to your video? You're just gonna spoil the whole. Not that it matters. I mean,
wants to be the one to kill him, and in a very similar way.
But Breaking Bad content shouldn't spoil Better Call Saul content always, in my opinion. If it does, you should shout it a little more. I don't know, it should be clear.
Just an exact mirror of that scene.
If I can talk to Gus, I can convince him, okay? Just let me, please let me talk to him. Shut up!
They could not, they would not. Pull yourself together.
Yeah, I'm not interested in this video. Let's check out this one.
So, unless you've been living under a rock, you know what Breaking Bad is. It's widely considered as one of the greatest shows of all time and has also produced some of the greatest memes of all time. So, I've been rewatching the series again, and while going through it, I was recommended this post by a viewer of mine who found it on the Breaking Bad subreddit. By the Reddit
Vince
user,
Gilligan doesn't have a
"So you
foot
wanna
fetish.
play, huh?" All credit to this user for making this post. They also provided brief descriptions of what each item on this iceberg means attached to the image. If you don't know what an iceberg is, it's essentially been a hit new trend here on YouTube. The higher entries on the iceberg are pretty well known facts about the series, while the lower tier end of the iceberg is displayed as the most obscure aspects of the series, or even theories about Breaking Bad. Today I will be explaining
Let's see if there's anything I'm not aware of already.
videos in which I analyze various things in our media. Be sure to subscribe, because stuff like this is a little discouraging. I mean, come on, 91% of people who watch are not subscribed. Let's get that subscribe number
Yeah,
up.
let's see what the
since I
quality
have
of
no
what your
idea
shit
else
is
to upload
first.
this week, and I feel like talking about Breaking.
Because it kind of seems like you're going to be talking about a Reddit post for the entire 14-minute video, in which case, I don't feel bad for not subscribing to you. I don't know.
Bad. Let us
You don't have to bitch about it at the beginning of your video. Maybe put it at the end. Earn the right to fucking ask me to subscribe. Don't be like, I only 8% of the people who watch my videos subscribe. Unfair. Anyway, welcome to my Breaking Bad iceberg. Like, shut the fuck up.
Explain this iceberg, and warning, a lot of Breaking
Jesus.
Bad spoilers ahead. Better Call Saul is the spin-off prequel to Breaking Bad, which follows the transformation of Jimmy McGill to the sleazy lawyer we all know and love. Honestly, it's a fantastic show that deserves way more love. The story so far is highly engaging, and I'm anxious to see what happens to my favorite characters who do not appear in Breaking Bad. As a side note, I love Lalo Salamanca. Seriously, I think Lalo may be worth binging the entire show in itself, because he's just that great. And in my opinion, potentially the most dangerous Salamanca out of all of them. It may be a slower paced show than Breaking Bad, and that may turn some people off.
Yeah, it's a slower paced show, so maybe you shouldn't tease a villain that doesn't show up until like the 4th fucking season, dude. Also, why is this on the iceberg at all? Like, I know, like, how would you not know this? The iceberg should be at least like a little, even the tip of the iceberg should be like, it's possible that you don't know this already. Who the fuck knows Better Call Saul exists that doesn't know it's a prequel to Breaking Bad?
But if you really value characters, rather than action-packed plot lines, I would highly recommend it. It may be a slow burn, but it's also worth it. El Camino. El Camino was the 2019 movie created to commemorate the 10th anniversary of Breaking Bad, and it took place...
These aren't fun facts!
immediately following the last episode, and in my opinion it was okay. Yeah, I might get hate for this, but it was really whatever. It wasn't astonishingly bad or anything, but
Yeah, no, unlike your video, which is fucking stellar.
Escaping the compound and screaming in joy about his escape left the viewer to imagine what greater things Jesse had to look forward to. I didn't really need a follow-up to imagine
Only 8% of people subscribe to me.
Once again, so that's a plus. And also, although it was distracting, seeing Todd as fat was hilarious. Overall, I'd give it like a 6.5
Fuck you.
out of 10. Breaking Bad action figures banned from Toys R Us. I actually didn't know about this one until now. According to Oh So You Wanna Play Huz Reddit post, in 2014 a mom who was shopping at Toys R Us got really mad that Breaking Bad figures were being sold at Toys R Us because they weren't child friendly. She got so mad that she started a change.org petition that amassed over 9,000 signatures. Following the backlash, Toys R Us pulled the figures from their stores. Blue meth is rock candy. This one's fairly simple. The blue meth displayed in the show is actually hard blue rock candy. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't use the actual substance as well. Who would have thought? Real life...
I'll throw this out there. You know, I'm not the one making the fucking Iceberg video. I shouldn't have to elaborate on his points for him. But Aaron Paul would eat the fucking rock candy. Like, towards the end of shoots. In fact, towards the end of one shoot, he was super tired. People were judging him for eating the rock candy. It's cotton candy flavored, by the way. And then fucking everybody on the crew started eating the rock candy because everybody needed a little sugar pick-me-up. Fun fact, right? Could have been part of this fucking iceberg, but this guy doesn't actually know anything. He's just reading a fucking Reddit post and bitching about how many people subscribe to him.
Walter White. This refers to the multiple reports of chemistry teachers who have actually gone as far to cook meth. In fact, one of the perpetrators was actually a man whose legal name was Walter White, and who in fact also cooked meth. He stacked up thousands of dollars per day. It all would have been eerily similar if it weren't for the fact that this dude lived in Alabama instead of New Mexico. Werner Heisenberg. Walter
Alabama,
Heisenberg
Albuquerque,
comes
it's
from
all
the
the same.
German physicist Werner Heisenberg, who created the uncertainty principle, which was the position that the velocity of an object cannot both be measured exactly at the same time.
I also love that, one, we're playing the theme song to a show that isn't Breaking Bad. And two, we're playing it with the lyrics. We're playing a song with lyrics, with the lyrics loud enough for me to hear the words while you're saying words that I'm supposed to be listening to in your video. It's irritating. It's a tiny thing, irritates me.
Time, even in theory. Huh, the more you know. To expand on this, in the show Better Call Saul, there's a character named
This is a fucking cacophony. I can't hear, like, my ears are in pain. My brain is mad.
Who also ends up working for Gus and shares some similarities with Walter White. I can't say any more without spoiling Better Call Saul. Just
Fuck,
watch.
man.
The writer's strike occurred from 2007 to 2008 and was the protest of the writers.
Greg Daniels! There's fucking, Toby. What's the actress? Shit, come on. Sorry, buddy. I used to know every actor's name, but it's been a minute. I've watched The Office like 15 times.
America. This protest led to Breaking Bad's first season being shortened from 9 episodes to 7 episodes. Without this strike, Breaking Bad would have been drastically different, which I'll get to in a moment. Real Breaking Bad locations. Yes, a lot of locations seen in the show can be visited in real life. I plan on one day visiting all these locations in Albuquerque to celebrate my favorite show of all time. I may make it a vlog, so if you want to one day see that, be sure to subscribe. Speaking of which, did you know that owners of Walter White's house have had to build a fence around their home to prevent pizzas being thrown and pictures being taken right in front of the home? I wonder what it's like living in the White House.
Most people are respectful. It's the few idiots that come that think they're entitled to do whatever the hell they want. And it's not going to happen. If you're going to be a jerk, stay the hell away.
She is the sweetest lady in the world.
She seems nice. She has sold the house since then.
You were doing something seriously wrong.
The pizza roof scene was taken in one take. Yep, one of the greatest scenes ever displayed.
Yeah, they
was
bought like
done
20
in one
pizzas.
take. Bryan Cranston had some mad skills. Check out this quick behind the scenes clip.
Scene starts, there's a couple cameras rolling. I have this pizza and I'm furious as Walt goes to his car and out of frustration he just heaves it
What are the odds? 10 to 1, 1,000 to 1, 1,000,000 to 1, 1,000,000,000 to 1. He landed. He stuck it.
Bryan Cranston requested to wear the hat. The iconic pork pie
Yeah,
hat
'cause
that
it was
Walter
hot.
White wears was not
He
actually
shaved his
because the
head.
writers wanted him to, but because Bryan Cranston wanted to. Not because it looked badass, but because Cranston's head was cold while filming. Hey, when it's chilly, it's chilly.
Wait.
The minisodes.
No, that's not. He was protecting his head from the sun. Who the fuck's right? Who have I been listening to? Who's correct? I don't even know. What the fuck, man? It's fine.
There are multiple Breaking Bad shorts that are called minisodes that you can find on YouTube. My favorite Breaking Bad minisode is of Hank and Marie's wedding day, one of the unsung clips in the entire series.
Everybody goes through that. I was just like this when Skylar and I got married. Not exactly like that.
Jesse's teeth. One of Vince Gilligan's regrets in terms of the series is not making
Best
Jesse's
viewers
teeth
online
more
at
realistic in terms of what it meant
testpost.online at
The show, Aaron
W50
Paul's
Allery.
models were prominent. Oh well, this didn't
Thanks
really
for
take
that.
me out of the show at all. I mean, it's the same universe in which this happens.
Jump on it.
Bro, who the hell can make a jump like that? Well,
What are you
I guess
talking
only
about?
Lalo can.
It's not that. What?
The pizza on the roof was not
Do
sliced.
you not go outside, dog?
If you watch the scene back over again, you will notice that the pizza thrown is not cut into slices. This was done because it made it easier for the pizza to be thrown on the roof. The show writers played along with this idea of sliceless pizza later on in the show because there's actually a scene in which Badger goes on a rant about a sliceless pizza location. Excuse the
Nope. No, he doesn't go on a rant. He clarifies why they don't slice the pizza, then Jesse goes on a rant about them not slicing
quality
it.
of this clip, it was the only one I could find on YouTube.
Yo, what's up with the pie, man? It ain't cut.
Yeah.
Great. That's the gimmick.
What gimmick?
This place, they don't cut their pizza and they pass the savings on to you.
Does that sound like a rant? What Jesse's saying sounds more aggressive, maybe more rant-like. What the fuck is Badger doing?
How much can it be to cut a damn pizza? Maybe.
Yeah, Jesse goes on a mini rant.
It's like democratic, bro. You know, cut your own Christmas tree, cut your own pizza.
Yeah, it's democratic.
Yeah, no, yeah, Badger's definitely going on a rant. Badger's fucking pissed. Badger's so fucking mad at this pizza place for not slicing it.
Christmas tree, cut your own pizza.
Yeah, it's democratic.
Breaking
This type of simple ignorance to facts that are really easy to get right whenever you've just seen the show once or twice pisses me off. This content's lazy. You're just reading a fucking Reddit post. And any insight you're offering is most of the time incorrect.
Breaking Bad is a Malcolm in the Middle prequel. Since Bryan Cranston played the father Hal in Malcolm in the Middle, fans have toyed with the idea that after
No, he didn't. No, he did. Bryan Cranston didn't play that. He was never on Malcolm in the Middle. Neither was Frankie Muniz. Malcolm in the Middle doesn't fucking exist, you dumbass.
Breaking Bad, Walt goes into witness protection and changes his name to Hal.
Sorry, I felt like I was getting pretty angry, so I wanted to dismount a little bit.
Life really is unfair. Jesse was supposed to die in season 1. Before the writer's strike, Jesse was originally going to be cut off in episode 9 of Breaking Bad.
Yep.
Thankfully, he managed to stay on for the rest of the show to deliver brilliant moments. Screw Skyler. This is a nod to how many
So you're not gonna mention why he ended up staying on the show? You said writer's strike, but you didn't mention why. You didn't mention the fact that they only made it through writing episode 7 before the writer's strike, which gave them time to revise things, you know, make sure that Jesse doesn't die, even though at that point they had already decided that Jesse shouldn't die by about episode 2 due to his performance and Aaron Paul's just like general positive impact on the production. But again, who gives a shit about that? Who gives a shit about explaining the fucking iceberg that you're doing? Let's just fucking read down the Reddit checklist that I was handed and churn this out so I can get 2.4 million views and not give a shit. Just make lazy bullshit.
fans absolutely despise Skyler White. However, I've recently seen a debate on whether or not Skyler hate is just.
Some Breaking Bad fans don't like Skyler, and it's for dumb fucking reasons. She's not...
Which I do wonder what you all think about that. The training videos. AMC has a lot of training videos that promote Better Call Saul that range from...
That's it? Wait, no, that was it? That was it.
Skyler. This is a nod to how many fans absolutely despise Skylar White. However, I've recently seen a debate on whether or not Skylar hate is just, which I do wonder what you all think about that. The training...
Pointless. Pointless. Like, barely elaborates. Did you link the Reddit thread in here? Did you? No, of course you didn't. Of course you didn't link the Reddit. Oh, wait, there it is. There it is. Okay, alright. I almost got pissed. Almost got super fucking pissed. Okay, it's here. Let's see. Yeah, see? Literally, he barely adds on to this. He barely adds on to this. He just says, I've seen a debate on whether or not this is justified. Yeah, it's not. Here, let's actually keep the Reddit thread up.
AMC has a lot of training videos that promote Better Call Saul that range from character to character, such as Gus Fring, Mike, and Kim Wexler. In fact, 2 of the web series have actually won Emmys. I imagine for the final season of Better Call Saul, they're going to use Goodman himself. Walt isn't actually dead. For years, there were theories that at the end of Breaking Bad, Walt didn't actually die. However, El Camino put those theories to rest by confirming that the gunshot wound was indeed fatal to him. The entire series is just Jesse dreaming in Mr. White's chemistry class. This theory is pretty funny. Essentially, Jesse is snoozing through Mr. White's chemistry class, and that this entire crazy dream is a manifestation of Jesse's drug addictions and poor achievement at school. Now that would have been a crazy way to end the show, but personally I'm really glad they didn't do this. Breaking Bad and The Walking Dead are in the same universe. This has been another prominent fan theory. I'm not a big Walking Dead fan, but from what I can gather, The Walking Dead makes references to its AMC brother every now and then that suggests both shows are in the same world. Walt copies the people he's killed. This one's pretty fascinating and definitely done on purpose. Crazy 8, the first person Walt ever kills in the show, did not like the crust on his sandwiches. Later on, Walt goes on to cut the crust from his sandwiches in the show. Another example includes Mike, who liked ice in his drinks. Following Mike's death by Walt's hands, Walter proceeds to ask for ice in his drinks. SaveWalterWhite.com.
Yeah, you see the difference when somebody's fucking lazy? He doesn't mention the fact that later on he doesn't drink the fucking whiskey with ice. I don't even know if he's seen the show. He's like copying verbatim from this Reddit post.
This website was established by Walter Jr. in order to raise money for his dad's treatment. It's a real website. It's actually pretty interesting. I like how Walt Jr. chose Comic Sans to promote the website. Walter Jr. was going to be killed off. I'll delve more into this one later as it relates to another entry on this list. Gus is gay. This has also remained a prominent theory in the show, further emphasized by the likes of Lalo and Better Call Saul. It suggests that the co-founder of Los Pollos Hermanos, Max, was in a gay relationship with Gus, and that his murder at the hands of Hector sparked his long game of revenge. In fact, Gus's actor believed that the relationship between the two was to be a romantic one, while Vince Gilligan has stated that the two were probably lovers. Breaking Bad and Death Note similarities. Now, my apologies, but I do not know a lot about Death Note.
So don't read this!
Oh, so you want to play Huz Reddit post verbatim. If that's
what you've been doing this whole fucking time! Don't pretend like you haven't been reading the fucking Reddit post word for word almost this whole fucking time you have! Oh, this fucking, I don't know much about Death Note, so this time I'm gonna read verbatim from the Reddit post word for word. It's like you were fucking doing that already!
All credit to him once again. Quote, there are several striking similarities between Breaking Bad and the anime Death Note that fans...
Yeah, so we already know this one's gonna be verbatim. At least you fucking admitted it this time.
A task force dedicated to catching his life of crimes that's motivated to turn to a life dangerous and psychotic. There's an episode where the main character, public figure, motivated to turn to an
Are we still...
4205. The best quality vacuum phone number which appears in Breaking Bad, El Camino, and Better Call Saul. Essentially, if you call this number with the right code, it'll open up the repairman's actual line of business. I don't know why this is on the list because this number is explained fairly thoroughly within the plotline of the show. Vince Gilligan has a foot fetish. It's time to embrace some Quentin Tarantino and talk about Vince and his potential foot fetish according to this post. The only thing that backs up this theory is that at times in Better Call Saul, there are various scenes in which bare feet are displayed. Yes, I believe we need more scenes of Jimmy showing off his bare feet. Riverside,
Lazy, 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 lazy! So fucking lazy! You know who directed the majority of the episodes in Better Call Saul, at least compared to Vince Gilligan? Peter motherfucking Gould! So if we're gonna blame somebody, we'd be blaming him. But again, people who are more in the know that Bob Odenkirk used to follow a foot account. So that might be worth mentioning, but of course, this person doesn't fucking know any of this, doesn't know how to elaborate on any of this, is just reading a fucking Reddit post. And it really pisses me off now, because I already knew that, but then during the Death Note section, he says, well, I don't know much about this, so I'm just gonna read this word for word. You were doing that already, fucker! You haven't deviated from that this entire time!
California. It was known as the original location in which Breaking Bad was going to take place. In fact, it used to be the meth capital of America. Furthermore, last October, the feds announced the biggest meth bust in US history in that area. I visited the area before actually, and I could see how Breaking Bad could have taken place there. There was a lot of desert. The location was changed to Albuquerque because of New Mexico's 25% tax rebate for film and television production. Finally, we have the Tuco torture episode.
You're not going to mention that that was a consensual decision that Sony suggested and then Vince Gilligan accepted, and then Vince Gilligan's fallen in love with Albuquerque ever since, which is why he can't envision shooting something anywhere else, at least for this universe. You don't want to elaborate on that. You don't want to talk about that a little bit. You don't want to actually add some fucking substance to this Reddit thread that you're just reading out loud. Aside from, yeah, I've been there. There's a lot of desert. I could see where they could shoot it out there. Wow, really insightful. Really fucking cool.
And let me just bring it back over to the creator of the Iceberg's post, because I can't describe this any more horrifyingly than him. As stated before, Jesse was originally going to be killed off in an episode 9.
Oh, wait, no, what? Did he just say he's doing it again?
Over to the creator of the Iceberg's post, because I can't describe this anymore.
Fuck, dude! This is one of the laziest fucking videos I've ever seen! Add anything! Add any fucking substance to this! Outside of just reading this fucking post. Also, here's the thing, even if he just reads this verbatim, this is fucking wrong! This is incorrect! A lot of this is right. A lot of this is pretty accurate. Let's see, does he, yeah, cutting off his toes one by one, cauterizing his wounds. That's true. It was never Tuco! It was never Tuco. It actually, in my opinion, it was prototype Lalo. It was somebody that Vince Gilligan describes as being part Gus, part Tuco, and, oh, fuck, what was the third one? Part Gus, part Tuco, it was part somebody, part Crazy 8. Which, in my opinion, that sounds just like Lalo. It was never fucking Tuco, dude. It was never Tuco. Now, him triggering the killing device, killing Walter Jr. and himself, true. And here's the thing. Reddit thread author, oh, so you want to play, huh? Nothing wrong with you getting some stuff wrong. That's okay. I totally get it. You know what I have an issue with? I don't have an issue with your thread. I like your thread. I think it's cute. I like the iceberg. It's all fine. It's all good. I take issue with this fucker. This fucking person right here. This fucking person regurgitating the Reddit thread and only on 2 of the bullet points pretending like that's what he's not doing, despite the fact that he's doing it the whole fucking time. He just stole your shit. He stole your shit and he got paid well for it, by the way, too. He got paid very well for it. 2.5 million views. Yeah, he got paid very well just ripping off your fucking shit. And if you're a fan of him, if you sent this to him, I'm sorry. He basically just stole your shit. hopefully you appreciated his elaboration. You appreciated his video. I hope this ended up as a happy situation for everybody involved. I kind of fucking doubt it. This is fucking stupid. Just stole their shit. Stole their shit, regurgitated it like a fucking mama bird, except you're feeding nobody except yourself, for 2.5 million views. Congratulations. BRB gonna, yeah, no, heart that. Shows you want to forget about just so you can rewatch the masterpiece. Walt copies people he kills. Like working at the car wash after Gus died. Why does nobody talk about Gus folding, or Walt folding the towel under himself and kneeling on it to throw up just like Gus? Not that I even fully agree with that character. But same thing that happened with wave of late 2000s nostalgia. It started in 2008. This would more be 2010s nostalgia. Breaking Bad wasn't even that popular in the late 2000s. It became like exponentially more popular as more and more of it released. Well, the fuck, Skylar is funny. I think she's one of the most... Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, but of course he doesn't heart that. One thing that could have been added was the alternate ending of Hank's death, which was unfortunate. Well, no, he could have added that, but you know what? That would have required doing any additional research or looking at anything that wasn't one fucking Reddit post. So he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. Dude, Vince Gilligan has a foot fetish? That's not true. That's not true. If Vince Gilligan has a foot fetish, he is the most influential like, he somehow has way deeper influence than I think he does. Because some episodes are directed differently. Some episodes are written differently. It's not a rock, it's a mineral. Jesus fucking Christ. Are none of us an ad to El Camino? Proof that white men can't jump. Yeah, no, I don't know why we're questioning Lalo jumping like that. I can't stand the other ones I saw. What? I had constant annoying fart. What are you fucking talking about? This is not good. This fucking sucks. Look at the post he took this from and recognize what's fucking going on. What kind of other content does this person make? In defense of King of the Hills reboot? Uh-oh. In defense of Shrek 5 and its redesign? Oh, no. The most tragic lost characters and it's Brian Griffin's gay cousin? Wow. This is fucking... This is telling me a lot. This is actually... I'm learning a whole lot. Yeah, of course they have other icebergs. Wonder if those other icebergs... Let's see. Let's fucking check. Let's take a fucking look. Oh. Well, maybe he made this himself.
Well, guys, it's time to combat the most amazing discussion of all, ideological theory on an iceberg chart. There are so many political ideologies, it would be...
Actually, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I on this? Why am I watching this? What the fuck happened? Sorry about that. What the fuck is happening? Okay, all right. Well, I'm pretty sure that is just enough of that bullshit. So we are done with theory videos and icebergs and explained videos. Thank the Lord. Those are actually worse than I thought those were going to be. Gee, fucking Christ. I can't. Ugh. So that leads us to a fun section. A really good... Actually, you know what, though? I'm going to be honest. Before we get into the fun stuff, I do need to go to the bathroom real quick. So, while I do that, let me play a little music for you guys so we're not all sitting in a torture chamber. But I gotta be right back. But don't touch that dial, because we're actually watching good content next, and I hate this shit. I hate a lot of the stuff we watched, I'm not gonna lie. But I like what's coming up. And we're back. Okay. So, we've looked at a lot of not so great content so far. And some content that's just kind of subpar, not that great. I think I kind of said that already. But next up, like I said, we're going to be looking at some stuff that I actually like. So, real shit. Actual substantive commentary and criticism. Things that make you look at the text a little differently. And of course, YouTube poops. I love a good YouTube poop. Hopefully you do too. So we're going to check all those out. So, let's see where to start. So let's look Breaking Bad videos back up. And now I'm going to click on shit that I actually want to click on. Nope. Don't want Walter White did nothing wrong. Just an observation. Oh, Just an Observation is fucking so good. I want you to notice the difference between the content we were watching before and this sort of thing.
The Breaking Bad universe offers
How
us
am
a
I not
whole
subscribed?
host of
Oh,
different
because I'm not
kinds of
signed in.
Psychopath. Organized, narcissistic, explosive. But I don't think any of them feel quite as chilling as Todd Alquist. With manipulators like Gus or Walt, we understand the logic of their actions. We can see the strategy.
Dude, you can already tell the difference. You can already tell. He's actually just starting with a baseline of, hey, you already know Breaking Bad. You know these characters. Now I'm going to compare them. Now I'm going to start fucking digging in, actually like talking about the traits of these people, the psychological makeup of these different characters, you know, actual criticism, actual depthful elaboration.
Play. And with loose cannons like Tuco, our defenses shoot up. We know we're in danger. Whereas with Todd, anything can just happen out of nowhere.
No! No!
When actor Jesse Plemons joined the series, Todd's character description was pretty minimal. Fresh-faced, innocuous, eager to please, but with something to hide. But that's something to hide.
See, he's giving us shit that we wouldn't just know watching the show. He's going off of literally not just the text of the show as written, but like the stuff that's written for the show that we don't necessarily see going in, or we might see, but now we have pointed out to us and it makes a little more sense.
It turned out to be a cold, psychopathic
48 seconds. 48 seconds in. And we've already gotten way more depthful criticism than we've seen this entire fucking day so far.
A lack of empathy, a shallow emotional range, and a proclivity for cruelty. The actor assumed a backstory for the character similar to the Peekaboo child from Season 2, that his mother was probably an addict, and his father was nowhere to be seen, leaving a father figure void deep inside for his uncle to fill. But while Todd does have some superficial qualities that make him appear just as human as anyone else, there appears to be a missing puzzle piece, contexts and moral understandings he's incapable of grasping. The actor suggested, I think he's perhaps on the spectrum, and he just doesn't read cues all that well, including his own. And this would make sense, as there is a ruthless practicality to Todd. Once he has a specific goal, emotion never comes into the equation. Whether he achieves good or bad in the process doesn't seem to impact him whatsoever. It's just
right, which leans to me more towards psycho/sociopath more so than just being on the spectrum. It could be both, but
about what gets him closer to his target. This is why when Jesse and Walt make a point of emphasizing to Todd that no one can ever find out that this train heist happened, they had no idea what they were programming their subordinate to do. As when Todd sees the young boy on the bike as a witness, he does an immediate calculation and thinks he's doing what his bosses would expect of him. Therefore, afterwards, no matter how much his decision is berated, he still doesn't understand why he's being punished, stating that it was us or him and I chose us, and I would do it again.
See, only quotes the show or goes into like baseline details to set a narrative. To, again, lay foundation for what? What? Actual fucking criticism. As it should be.
Remorse. What's strange is that, on a surface level, sometimes Todd appears to do the right thing before his sinister motivations are revealed. For instance, when Jesse is about to be shot in the desert, Todd is the one who saves him. But not because it's the right thing to do, but because they need to find out what he told the feds in case it involves them.
That's
Mere
not why.
Practicality. He then promises Walt that once they get what they need, they'll kill him afterwards.
And then, you know, we take care of the job after that.
And that's not true.
But notice how at no point in Todd's explanation do you get the feeling that they're talking about a fellow human being. He sounds more like a mechanic who's asking the owner if they can disassemble his car for parts before they scrap it. Then later, Todd appears to spare his life again.
See, I do wish just an observation pointed out that I believe Jesse Plemons says that he believes that Todd was lying there. That he was just gonna, he knew it was gonna subject Jesse to meth slavery, basically to appease Lydia, to, you know, stoke that weird ass relationship. So I do wish you mentioned that. But again, my critiques with criticism like this are minuscule. And you'll notice that I am mostly just nitpicking at this point. I'm talking about tiny details that he could have added, but are not completely necessary for the argument he's making in the narrative he's setting.
Meaning to Jack that they can use him to cook for them, that no matter how much money they have, they could always do with more. But really this all feeds into his underlying desire to impress Lydia, as Jesse can get their product back up to Icenberg levels of purity.
Shit, and there he goes. There he fucking goes. He was just leading into it. I'm just dumb. And see, I'll point out when I'm stupid. Like, a lot of the time earlier, I was calling my shots, and another ton of them were wrong. But here, like, I was just kind of incorrect. He was leading up to it.
After she was disappointed with the quality levels before. So whether he's taking lives or saving lives doesn't matter to him. It's just about moving closer to his personal objective. Todd appears to have picked up certain social cues from watching others interact, which gives the impression that he could be on
weird
some
ones.
level, a normal person. But no matter what he does, everything is still just slightly off. With Lydia, he appears to harbor a schoolboy crush, where he'll do anything to be closer to her. And it's the little details that highlight how much he cherishes her, like purposely drinking out of the same side of the mug as her lipstick stain. Then when he meets up with her...
And again, I love Jesse Plemons because, like, a lot of the small, weird character moments with Todd were planted by him. Like, picking the lint off of Lydia's jacket or drinking out of the same side of the mug as Lydia. Like, those were all him. Like, that was him just being like, well, Todd's fucking weird, and I've thought about this, so this is what I think he would do. And I love that. I love little acting enhancements that make it into the show from a character perspective.
With her, he dresses smart, like he's going on a date, and subtly orders the same chamomile tea that she does to give the impression that they have things in common. Then later in El Camino, it's revealed that he made a snow globe with what appears to be Lydia sitting up on a pedestal in a teacup. So Todd is capable of obsession, affection, and devotion. He'll do anything for her. This is why when he gently touches her arm, not realizing that she's only letting him out of fear of what might happen if she rejects him, and so she can continue to manipulate him, he offers up Jack's men to threaten her buyers into compliance. To him, this is a romantic gesture, as if he's her high school boyfriend protecting her from bullies. Which is further emphasized in the scene where they wipe out Declan's men. Due to Lydia's discomfort, Todd tells her to close her eyes, takes her hand, and guides her through the sea of dead bodies like her white knight. From his perspective, this is a Disney movie. They're connecting, the equivalent of two office workers bonding by the water cooler.
Jesus.
Sorry about that.
But then when Jack has to finish Declan off with a final shot, it's clear that Lydia finds this whole ordeal disturbing. Whereas Todd doesn't even flinch, calmly comforting her with a "sorry about that," as if it's only a minor irritation. Todd is like a human Turing test. He's programmed with all the sayings of a decent human being without actually being one. For instance, when he sees how devastated Walt is after witnessing Hank's death, he mutters,
See, shit like that. That's all you need to do. I've seen the show, man. He doesn't feel... Whoa, wait, what is going on with my... Oh, I am so sorry. I messed this up. Whoopsie daisy. Anyway, he knows I've seen the show. Like, that's built into what we're doing here. So instead of like breaking down the entire situation, getting to the point where Hank dies, he's just like, hey, literally like it's anecdotal to this little character moment that he's building towards, so he doesn't fucking dwell on it. He's like, hey, after Walt is distraught because of Hank's death, like that's it. And necessary, again, that technically just like brass tacks plot shit like I was talking about before? Yes. But again, so short compared to the, I'm assuming, insightful criticism we're about to get, because that's what we've been getting so far. Well, there we go.
Sorry for your loss. When he breaks into Skylar's home to threaten the life of her child, he still maintains good manners by calling her ma'am, before asking if there's anyone else in the house who he would presumably kill or subdue. When he calls to Andrea's door in the dead of night, he sickeningly introduces himself as Jesse's friend and says nice to meet you, so that he can lure her into a false sense of security before blasting a hole in the back of her head. But it's only in El Camino that we really get an understanding of just how much of a detached monster Todd actually is. He starts off the day by asking Jesse, "Everything good?" Which may be polite, but is absolutely ridiculous in the context of him being imprisoned as his personal slave. He then chats to him about the weather and what he thinks the chance of rain is, as if they're two free men just hanging out for pleasure, ignoring the obvious resentment and power imbalance in their dynamic. After disgustingly licking his hand to fix Jesse's hair, treating him like a toy doll, he enlists his help for a mysterious project in his home. Still making small talk once they arrive, asking Jesse how he likes his place and how he's considering painting it a different color. Before it's revealed that there's been a dead body in Todd's kitchen this entire time, which means he did everything up until now, the small talk about the weather and the idle chit-chat about the color of his living room, while his innocent cleaning lady was rotting away on his kitchen floor. She's had no emotional impact on his day at all, like a bag of trash he has to check off his to-do list. Which is why when Jesse reacts emotionally to the sight of her body, Todd's pitiful attempts at appearing remorseful ring hollow.
Okay, so we get it. I mean, good, insightful criticism actually building off of the text versus just recapping everything that happens in it. Let me pull up another person I really like. Aloy. Let's talk about my gaming trap.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 223rd episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring
He's
our
got
patron
such a
member for
soothing
April
voice.
2025, Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and El Camino. While the patrons and members have fingered Mike for an episode, and considering it's been over a year since I last covered a character from this universe, I'd say that's a pretty welcome sight. Now a few of you may be getting ready to head down to the comments to declare that Mike did nothing wrong, and I wouldn't blame you, because out of all the criminals and evildoers we're exposed to in these series, Mike is definitely one of the more noble ones we're exposed to. A character with a hard exterior and a soft heart that you can't help but love. As it turns out though, Mike is still a criminal, one that's committed his fair share of crimes and unleashed evil into the world. And in this video, we're going to find out just how evil he may have been. We're going to get into the video proper now, but you should definitely check out my new gaming channel by clicking the link in the description, or by clicking the card on your screen if that's something you're interested in.
I'd rather
Now,
kiss you.
without further ado, let's begin. When examining any character, it's always important to delve into their backstory so we can get a better idea of how they developed into the person they are. But Mike's backstory is largely a mystery. We know that prior to him moving out to New Mexico, he lived in Philadelphia and served as a police officer there for a number of years, and we can assume that he was either born and raised there or somewhere else on the East Coast, as it's implied by him stating to Stacy once he arrives in New Mexico that he likes how spacious it is out there, that he spent most of his life on the East Coast. As far as his upbringing goes, we only have one line to go off of, that being Mike's statement to Werner Ziegler that all his father left him was a cold water flat and a stack of bills, implying that Mike's father wasn't exactly the most hardworking or loving father, whom...
Again, recapping stuff, but adding insights along the way, like making it... And again, not dwelling on stuff, and it's clear that it's more foundational and working towards a point. So let's see what that point is more so.
One that caused Mike to find his way to the bottom of a bottle to ease his sorrow and guilt, and one that then led him to tracking down and murdering the men responsible for his son's murder. Now, we've talked about revenge a lot on this channel, and most of the time, it proves to be something that either only worsens a character's situation or mental state, to the point that the revenge does nothing to help their situation once it's achieved. In Mike's case, though, the revenge he took was not only cathartic for him, but he got away with it too. While it's probable that Hoffman and Fensky were going to go down at some point, it's always possible that they weren't, and so Mike's choice to kill them could have theoretically been the only punishment they would have ever received for their actions. All that being said, the result Mike got from pursuing his revenge is an anomaly, as the only reason it was so cathartic for him is because he got away with it, as revenge is still typically something that not only doesn't fix your situation in any way, but is something that's liable to cause you more harm than good.
See, again, at this point in the video, very minimal black and white plot details, more getting like high level, bird's eye, and digging more into the why versus the what, and also how he feels about them. So again, good, insightful, incisive criticism. I definitely recommend Just an Observation, The Vile Eye. There's some more people I really like. I don't want to just dwell on the negative folks, so let me pull up some more here. I do like Vivid Kiwi. I'm not going to pull up their videos because it's hard to... it would be hard to show my appreciation for them without getting into like a longer video there. And here's the difference. Here's the difference between them and somebody like Beat Rice. Their video is called The Full Story of Blank. And yet they still add in some criticism, some insight, some additional things, but some of it is just plot recap. But it's called The Full Story. It's not called Reviewed. It's not called Mike Ehrmantraut Broken Down, like Analyzing Evil, like this one, which actually does break down Mike as a character. It's just like, hey, this is his full story. So some of it is just a plot recap, but I can respect, again, no false advertising. Somebody called that out before. Let's see. Whoa. Not the number 4. I love this video by Verdana. I recommend it. We won't dig into it because I would watch the entire thing, and I'm not here to like just exclusively try to piggyback off of people's content. This is more taking a comprehensive look. Where's my other folks here? I know there's other people that make video essays that I quite like. They gotta be around here somewhere. XL Shaq Gummies, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Do a dance for me, Shaq. Woo! There he is. Okay, Nerdstalgic. Love Nerdstalgic. There we go. Yeah, sure. We'll go through the intro.
Evil psychopath as you can get without turning him into a serial killer. They are all horrible, reprehensible, and outright terrifying, but some of these characters are worse than others.
Good
And
editing.
it takes an understanding of how Vince Gilligan applies his knowledge of psychology to these characters to really tell the difference. Before we jump into this, be sure to subscribe to Nerdstalgic if you haven't done so already. Breaking Bad began airing in 2008, and unlike most television shows that slowly lose their audience as time goes on, Breaking Bad consistently gained an audience. This culminated in the show's final episode, which actually beat out the NFL in ratings for that night, as 10.3 million viewers tuned in to watch the
Yeah, fuck football. I want meth.
29th, 2013. One of the reasons Breaking Bad was able to accumulate such a massive following was the relatability and realism with which Vince Gilligan was able to write these incredibly disparate and intricate characters. Every time he seeks to create an emotionally evocative moment, Gilligan delivers with pinpoint accuracy. As viewers, we feel the desperation and intensity of our main characters propped up right alongside the fear and chaos instilled by the show's seemingly antagonistic secondary characters. This is largely due to Vince Gilligan's ability to understand how human beings operate.
I don't think we're alike at all, Mr. White. You are not a cautious man at all. You have poor judgment.
We aren't going to attempt to deconstruct the entirety of antisocial personality disorder, or ASPD for short, but there are a few subtle differences between psychopaths and sociopaths that we are going to briefly touch on. Individually, psychopathy and sociopathy.
I mean, I knew there was a difference. I just I mislabeled
both fit into the diagnostic criteria to meet ASPD. While it is true that all psychopaths are sociopaths, not all sociopaths demonstrate psychosis. Psychopathy is described in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders as a lack of anxiety or fear, and by a bold interpersonal style that may mask maladaptive behaviors. Whereas a sociopath is more impulsive and volatile. A true psychopath is someone that is...
Okay, so we can see where this is going. You know, just breaking down, like, literally working with the text as a baseline, not insulting our intelligence by recapping the entire plot, just using core things to go through and show us who these characters are on a, again, psychological level. More so, he misspelled Tuco's name. But I like nostalgic, very insightful criticism, very, very solid videos. I realized while I was watching this, Better Call Saul. I forgot about the Better Call Saul video essays. These are where some of the people I've missed are gonna come in, like Thomas Flight. Let's watch, I like this one a lot.
Exterior day sidewalk. An ant looms monstrous in the frame, crawling across the rough landscape of cement in macro. It climbs onto an ice cream cone, making its way towards the pinnacle of the cone as it reaches...
You're noticing a difference? You're noticing a difference between this and just the granular plot breakdowns we were getting before on some of these channels?
Summit, triumphant music plays. But why? Why is this the opening of season 5 episode?
Why? Why? Nobody's been fucking asking why in a lot of these videos we were watching. Why do I like this? Why is this good? Why does this get an A tier versus a B tier? I don't fucking know. I watched a 9-hour video and I still don't know why you rank stuff that way. Now, oh, why? Why? And not just like, why is the plot like this? Why are the characters like this? Why do I like this? Literally like, why is this shot composed in this way and what does it represent? That's the kind of shit I'm looking for. That's actual criticism. That's actual commentary.
3 of Better Call Saul. If I take this random object and set it carefully here with me in the frame, you won't really be able to help but pay attention to it as long as it's there. And because I've signaled that it's important in some way, you're going to be inherently curious to find out what happens to it.
Especially now that you zoom in.
In the same episode as the ants, there's this scene where Kim and Jimmy, Saul, talk about each of their days. It's a well-written scene, and the subtext here is the 2 different directions Jimmy and Kim's lives seem to be headed.
I just realized I have all pro bono clients tomorrow, all day. No Mesa Verde.
As one celebrates being able to help people, and the other is hesitantly making a lot of money by doing work for the cartel.
Financially speaking, Saul Goodman just had his best day yet. Ka-ching.
But there's something else going on in this scene. Jimmy takes an empty beer bottle from Kim and sets it on the railing, and the show really draws our attention to this object and shows Kim eyeing it up. At the end of the scene, Kim grabs it off the railing. Why place so much emphasis on this object? Why is Kim eyeing it up? Is she worried it's going to fall? Our answer comes later in the episode when the pair meets back up on the balcony. Since they last spoke, Jimmy has been drawn deeper into the web of the cartel, and Kim's day of pro bono work was thwarted by an emergency with her Mesa Verde case. Now,
explain the plot of the episode in less than 10 seconds. Less than 10 fucking seconds. Good. That's not what this video's about. It should be about, like, using that as a baseline, a platform, building off of it, telling me what you fucking think is going on. What you think about what's going on. Thank you.
Jimmy is flirting with dropping the bottle, and what does Kim do? It's complicated to articulate exactly the subtext that is packed into this action. In a sense, it showcases how Kim's frustrations with her work pushes her towards more reckless behavior, but it also illustrates the weird push-pull nature of the dynamic of Kim and Jimmy's relationship as they tempt each other into trouble. The nature of their relationship on a macro scale and the motivation behind their eventual scheme to stick it to Howard plays out in a miniature version of itself in these 2 scenes. The bottles and how Kim and Jimmy interact with them allow us to see what's happening with the characters instead of just telling us how they feel. As Better Call Saul enters its 6th and final season...
Here's how you know the difference between a good and a bad commentator, critic, video essayist. The less they talk about the core plot, the brass tacks of what happens, versus them talking about high-level things and more depthful things like the why and the motivations and the characters and how everything is composed, that is how you know the difference between the quality of the content that you're watching.
I've been thinking a lot about what makes it so special, why I love it so much, and why it feels distinct.
Why? You're hearing that question a lot, right? Why?
Even in an era of an abundance of great TV. And I've become increasingly convinced that the show's mastery of visual storytelling plays a huge role in that. Show don't tell is such common advice in filmmaking and screenwriting that it's basically a cliche at this point, but it's also much easier said than done. And so while the advice is extremely common, good examples of show don't tell or visual storytelling aren't as common. The bottles are one example of how Better Call Saul expertly uses props for visual storytelling, but it also uses the way it structures scenes, cinematography, and the performances themselves to show us rather than tell us interesting things about the characters. Without spoiling anything from Season 6, let's look at each of these elements and examine what Better Call Saul has to show us about visual storytelling.
Okay, I'll let you come back and enjoy this later on. But Thomas Flight, fantastic video, has another video on Better Call Saul that I really enjoy. Fuck, I mean, it's so clear off of the bat, the difference in caliber between something like this and something like the beet rice trash that we were watching before. Man, I am really going hard on the negative there. I'm sorry, beet rice. I know you're not that big of a channel. You did your best. I'm sure you watched the episodes and like wrote down the breakdowns and recaps and stuff. I think you missed the point. You called it reviewed, you know? And you didn't review. Nobody reviews it. None of you people who made the ranked videos that I've seen reviewed a single episode of the show in any depthful way. Certainly not anywhere close to the extent that we're seeing here. And if you're gonna make a 9-hour-long video talking about every episode of the show, it should be this depthful. Don't insult my fucking intelligence. Please stop. All right. Let's do one or two more of the folks that I like. What's Therapy? There we go. What's Therapy makes fantastic Better Call Saul video essays. Let's see. What's their most recent one? Oh yeah, they did. I watched Breaking Bad after Better Call Saul, which it's not, even though it has more views, significantly more views than any of these Better Call Saul video essays, I actually don't know if that's as depthful a criticism as I've seen from him. It's kind of just like, I don't know. It's fine. It's not bad by any means. It's a good video. But he has better videos for sure. Let's go into this one.
Perhaps you are trying to correct something which cannot be corrected.
It is personal!
That's a bell you don't unring.
Yep. I don't deserve to die, but they don't either.
I decide what he deserves.
What have I gotten myself involved with here?
The righteous have no reason to fear.
Sometimes the good guys win.
Hello everyone. Throughout this series of videos, which you don't have to watch in order, I mean you don't have to watch it at all, but you also don't have to watch it in order, but we've talked a bit here and there about how Better Call Saul is centered around themes of revenge. Today we're going to revisit this, and let's start with some insightful comments on the subject from friend of the channel, Gustavo Fring.
Revenge.
What?
Very well said, Gus. Anyway, we talked in the most recent video about how very early on, Jimmy takes revenge on Howard and HHM after Chuck passes along the message that Jimmy shouldn't use his own last name for his business. He takes revenge, of course, with the billboard, but this is closer to harmless trolling than anything serious. Almost exactly 2 years later, we see him willing to raise the stakes a lot more, taking revenge on Howard in big ways when he's offended at being offered a job, which we also discussed in the previous video. We've talked about a lot. In between, he took all different kinds of revenge. He threatened and essentially kidnapped those young guys after they beat him up his first night selling cell phones. He reported negative information to Chuck's liability insurance carrier after Chuck got Jimmy's law license suspended. And we're still just talking about Jimmy here, but it must be mentioned, even the legendary Chicago sunroof was revenge. So revenge is a big part of the story, and some revenge works out better than other revenge, I guess.
Again, pointing out pieces of the plot as a baseline, but not leaning on that, not relying on that, and there's a minimal amount of that to get to where we're going.
You could say. His slip and fall at the guitar store was a form of revenge. It was his escalation after the store owners wronged him by jumping ship after one commercial instead of going through with the whole package as they had agreed to do. Of course, that was not very nice of them, and it's not Jimmy's fault they did that. But a question we will get into in this video is when revenge is good and when it's just justified. When you're harmed, taking revenge is one option, but of course it isn't the only one. Like in this case with the guitar
that's
store,
such a rough
was
fall.
the money and the signed guitar worth lying to Kim and not telling her what he did? You know, he was trying to keep the office to keep them closer together, but he's lying to her.
Again, you get it. I'm not gonna, I want you can tell, like, the negative stuff I'm willing to, like, parse through a little more and, like, dig into. The positive stuff, though, the really good shit, like, I don't want to steal their thunder. Go out, go to What's Therapy's channel. Tell them I sent you, maybe. But go watch their videos if you want really good, insightful. This isn't even What's Therapy is less so criticism and more just like general character exploration from like a psychological standpoint, which probably makes sense given the channel name. But I like them quite a lot. They're a really good channel. Let's do one more, and then we'll hop into our other topic that we've brought up for our little iceberg here. Oh yeah, give it a psychology. Again, Vivid Kiwi is another good channel. Oh, Slipmaker is pretty good too. I like Slipmaker. I don't remember if the retrospectives I don't remember the quality of the retrospective, whether it's more one of those plot breakdown-y ones or not. Robert Plot Breakdown-y Jr. That was hilarious. I'm surprised you're not rolling in the seats. Rolling in the seats? We could have had it all. Okay, I guess I can't find another one that's memorable to me here. So I will just call it there. But know that there is a lot of good Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul content out there. It's just, if somebody is just rattling on about the plot and then it leads nowhere, don't trust them. Don't keep watching their videos. Like, that's bad content. That's bad commentary. That's bad criticism. In fact, it's non-existent criticism. It's literally just a plot recap, so call it what it is. Now we're going to get into something a little more fun. Still part of this section of the iceberg. We haven't looked at YouTube poops yet. I'm going to start off with one I know off the top of my head. All right, here we go. This one's like fast-paced. I don't know how much I'm going to pause this or have a lot to say about it. We might just enjoy here. Slimmy by Very Tall Bart. Okay, now I understand. Somebody shouted out Very Tall Bart recently, and I was like, what? But I like Very Tall Bart. So there you go.
Let me tell you about a young guy. He was the man. He lived a long way from here in a town called Illinois. When he strolled down the street, all the finest babes would hope that he would get murdered. He was the man. They called him Slimmy.
Who are you? Why are you me?
I was running a scam. I knew that was the plan.
Have a great time.
Yo, where you going? Oh, wait, can I say something? I don't deserve to die, but they deserve to die.
They're insects.
They don't deserve
Legs. Agreed. It's not enough.
Turn them inside out.
Colombian neckties. Agreed.
People don't change. You're Slimmy. I jerked my ass off to get where I am. And you
I think I need to add Chuck saying he jerked his ass off to the Discord soundboard.
People don't change. You're Slimmy. I jerked my ass off to get where I am. You suck these nuts and suddenly you're a horse? What a jerked my ass off to get where I am. And you suck these nuts and suddenly you're a horse? What a joke.
Proud of me.
I'm game. You're slimming. I jerked my ass off to get where I am. And you suck these nuts and suddenly you're a horse? What a joke.
I thought you were proud of me.
I'm game.
Wait, she's
Oh my
Hamlin,
God.
Hamlin McGill. More like screw you.
Jimmy! You take me? You piece of shit! Oh, my name used to work on sis. I don't know what to do. No wonder we're in a wood. No wonder in a wood. Here we go. Is this it? Is this it? Is this? Is this? Now, Chuck. Jimmy, that's enough. You need to step away.
You've been accused of fourth-degree felony breaking and entering, which carries a maximum $5 fine, petty misdemeanor assault, maximum $6 fine.
He's so
plus
short.
Criminal damage to property with a max $4 fine.
Could you state your name? Charles L. McGill?
Objection. Sustained. We just need to hear what happened, Mr. McGill.
Mr. McGill, I'll try to be brief. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Objection. Sustained. We just need to hear what happened, Mr. McGill.
Objection.
Sustained. You've taken all the leeway you're getting, Mr. McGill. Wrap it up fast.
Can we talk about your disease for a moment?
It is sometimes referred to as EHS.
It's not a condition, is it?
30 years ago, no one had heard of peanut allergy.
You do sound somewhat unhinged. Would you say that you're in possession of your faculties?
I'm perfectly lucid.
Do you have any evidence to support that you're in possession of your faculties? Thank you. Mr. McGill, I have only one more question for
Objection.
you. The state bar rests.
Is that the end? Good shit. Very Tall Bart, well done. Let's watch one more from Very Tall Bart. That was only like 3 minutes. Good shit.
Gary?
Anderson.
Gary.
Anderson.
Of course. Gary.
I'm sorry, I am...
Gary. Let me show you a little trick.
All right.
You know who taught me that trick? Who's that? Greatest legal mind I ever knew.
I hope someone says that about me someday.
This morning around 7 a.m., you walked across Trumbull Park in town.
No.
You sure?
I arrived in town about 10. I went by a liquor store and bought a gas station. I had a lunch salad and a very nice liquor salad and a very nice salad from the Flying
Dude, I want a liquor salad.
Salad and Manal. Then
Although, to be fair, I hardly know her salad.
came here.
You sure?
I beg your pardon?
You sure?
I got
You sure?
Howard, if the judge says he's sure, then
Of course I'm sure.
You sure?
I'm sorry. This is just...
Julie, go to my desk, please. There's an envelope with photos.
These are photos of me?
You sure?
Where's Mark, William?
His phone's broken.
Call him.
His phone's broken.
Call him.
What the fuck is happening? I thought this was about Better Call Saul.
Julie, you got the wrong envelope.
That was the only one on your desk.
Look again.
That was the
All
only
right, he
one on
saved.
your
Look again.
desk. That was the only.
Look again.
Howard, come on. You'll be fine. You always land on your feet.
Your feet.
Oh.
I've worked my way through worse. Debt, depression, depression. But yes, I will land.
I have depression.
I will be okay.
And that's the end of the fucking video. Ah, that's good shit. Wait.
My feet. I will be okay.
Get your tits up in my makeup, face fuck, get your bake up. Fake bluff, fake tough, niggas dicks up, put your six up for the motherfucking princess.
Oh. It didn't even drop. The fuck is this? The fuck is this AI fucking shit ass fuck? Fuck you. Fucking fuck. I've been saying that word way too much today, and it's not that funny, and I'm trying, but it's hard. God is, oh man. I do want to watch that, but not right now. Okay, oh, yes, I love this.
Are you fucking me or what?
I need my money.
I just gave you $600.
Thanks, Daddy.
Jesse, open the door.
By Jeannie Pinkman.
Can we stop with the pounding, please?
No, thank you.
Well, I'm the manager.
No, thank you.
Jesse! Jesse!
Come on in, Dad.
Can we stop with the pounding, please?
Fuck you. I'm coming, okay?
Mr. White!
This smells like pussy.
How would you even know it? How does it feel to be a degenerate piece of filth?
Good.
Hello? I'm back! That's okay.
I had to go to 3 different places to get the moisturizer that you like, but I got that, and your chips, and I couldn't resist fantasy football. Look, it has all the latest
Maria, I said
rankings.
Cheetos, not Fritos.
Wait,
I must have said Cheetos like 10 times. You need me to write it down for you?
no, and I don't need you to be mean about it either, Mr. Grumpy.
I'm just saying. I said Cheetos, ch sound. Virtually impossible to confuse Cheetos with Fritos.
Fuck is
seems
this
to me.
music?
Where you going?
Back to the store, I guess.
But nurse. Hello? I'm back! That's okay.
Maria, I said
rankings.
Cheetos, not Fritos.
Wait,
Oh, Jesus Christ, Marie. How was I supposed to know?
Where you going?
back to the store, I guess.
Dangerously cheesy.
It has all the latest
Maria, I said
rankings.
Cheetos, not Fritos.
Are you seriously doing this to me again?
You know what, Fatty? You are so lucky that I am late for an appointment.
Why would you want me, huh?
I don't want you. I want a monkey.
You said my brick is inferior, right? Hey, you said my clock was garbage!
Your penis is good, Jesse. As good as mine.
All done with lunch?
Oh, fuck.
You hardly touched this.
I'm not hungry.
So don't eat it.
I'm pissed off. Fucking die already.
Jesse, they've got me in 308 Negra Arroyo Lane. They're going to kill me.
Die.
Jesse, do it now!
Well, I needed some time here because I'm deep into the Cheetos, not Fritos.
Couldn't do both. I made a judgment call.
Did you not want
Fritos.
I want some actual
Cheetos,
out here, and all I get is bullshit.
Fritos.
You understand me?
Cheetos, not Fritos.
You hear me?
It's Hank? Hank, what about him? I don't know. I talked to him ever since.
Cheetos, ch sound. Virtually impossible to confuse Cheetos with Fritos, seems to me.
I can't tell what he wants. God knows he went through a lot down there.
Mr. White's gay for me. Everyone knows that.
You're not straight, Jesse. You are making a mistake. We need your help.
Who do I look like? I'm your marriage counselor. Now, set back. Go.
Jesse's having an affair with his junkie girlfriend. I'm sorry, but that's an accurate description. What else do you want me to call it?
Okay, so the kid snuck off the reservation to get some dirty, damp, and deep. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say it's been known to happen. But let's start with some tough love, all right? Ready for this? Here goes. You two suck. Each other off.
Yes! Hell yeah! Hey, come on, baby!
White residence.
You asshole!
What?
Why are you still alive?
Do not call here, ever!
Just die!
Skyler? Skyler! Skyler?
I like his son trying to kill him.
Skyler? We're happy with our cable provider, right? Yep. Honey, no amount of pay-per-view channels is gonna make any difference, right? Yep. Honey, I'm not having an affair, right?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Could you? Just once. Do me the courtesy of not denying it.
No, thank you. Skyler? Skyler?
Hell, that's a doctor's plan to get her patients at ease.
The fuck was that?
Yeah. Eating Cheetos and masturbating do not constitute plans in my book. Whoa. Something with some protein, maybe? Something green, huh?
Slow down. Start from the...
What part of that didn't you understand? You stupid bitch.
Why the...
Because you need to learn.
Why are you...
What the hell do you know about cholesterol, anyway? Nothing.
Would you stop crying?
Me, personally, I think you should kill yourself, Walt. What? You should just go ahead and die then.
Hey, you know, can I get the pillow back? Because I agree with Marie on this one.
you.
Maybe one wants to die like a man, all right?
I don't want him to die at all.
This is my husband's life
You know,
we're talking about
one
here.
This is my husband's life we're talking about here.
Ladies, come on.
How gay are you, seriously? You want it up my ass just as much as I want it. And it's not wrong to want it.
So, how do you want to, proceed?
We'll take our time and stretch, but...
Oh my God!
You didn't follow my instructions!
I made you my bitch!
You're goddamn right.
Yeah, Mr. White!
I'm 5, dude.
Oh, well, Heil Hitler!
It's a bad thing.
Wow, this is a good look for you. And you're maybe only the world's second biggest homo.
You shut up and help me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Work it. Baby, work it.
Turn that off.
Yo, man, look, I'm off vagina. I didn't even like it anyway. It made me sick. I'm gay, Mr. White. For real.
Prove it.
Shut up! Please stop! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Hello? I'm back! That's okay.
What are you doing?
Beaten off. What's it look like up there?
That is, in fact, exactly what it looks like to me. I had to go to 3 different places to get the chips you like, but I got that. And...
Oh, God, no.
Wait.
Oh, Christ. You killed me here. I mean, that's the last nail. That's the last nail in the coffin.
Oh my God.
You asshole! You killed Uncle Hank! You killed him! Just die!
Good shit. Nice one, Jeannie Pinkman. Okay, actually, not necessarily YouTube boot, but there's this one person that makes incredible Breaking Bad edits, so I wanna find that. Oh yeah, alternative cuts. Yeah. we go.
Ah, here we go. Public masturbation.
Oh, I knew it.
That's the kick. Why don't you do it at home like the rest of us with a big flat screen TV, 50 channels of pay-per-view, in a Starbucks? That's nice.
I just really need to.
Good luck arguing that in court.
You happy? This little motherfucker not doing his code. Hi, I'm Saul.
Awesome.
Booyah! Wow!
This kicks like a mule with his balls wrapped in duct tape.
Wow!
Tight, 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 yeah! Blue, yellow, pink. Whatever, man, just keep bringing me that.
I don't even know who you are.
Damn, man, look at that, look!
I knew it.
This guy's incredible at editing.
Hurry up!
As we can see, some, in order to meet the task, choose performance enhancers, while others must first make sure the cooking zone is not contaminated.
Fly, I get it. Seems insignificant. But trust me,
The batch will be good for nothing if we don't clear the
Stay tuned for the next episode of Breaking the Kitchen.
Oh my god.
Visually it looks beautiful.
It's Huevos Rancheros.
I'd like to give her 5. Congratulations. Others have been disgusting. Please tell me you use fresh tomatoes.
They are from the deli at Albertsons.
Come on.
I gave it to Ted.
I decided.
Did you?
So, it's a definite 4. Definitely a 5. Good job.
Nice.
I did not touch the chicken. I pulled it from the oven and I did not touch it.
Names, please.
Who checked the chickens?
I didn't touch the chicken once I came out of the oven.
Who touched the chicken?
Now that is teamwork, not.
New day, it's gonna be a great day. Not gonna get but
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Because you didn't really make the sauce.
Methamphetamine.
That's it. Get up.
You gotta be kidding me!
Listen, quit.
No. You listen to me. It's time for you to listen to me.
How about this, Walter? Let's bring in an expert.
That is just perfect!
It's a 1.
Oh my god.
Shit! I'm going upstairs in the office for 30 seconds. I want to come down.
Llenen sus bolsillos. Váyanse en paz. O vengan a pelear conmigo y mueran.
Oh my god, did he poison Gordon Ramsay?
Take him.
Dude, how does he do this?
Oh man, this is how real this competition is.
Clock 22. That's my daily carry, okay? I seen one of those bounce off a windshield one time.
Yeah, well, you should.
40 cal.
This is awesome. Right, isn't it? Yeah. Dad, come check this out.
Walt?
Hello, ma'am. We were disturbance?
It's more of a trespassing situation, really.
Oh my god.
I'm braking. You're using both feet again. It's not stopping. That's the gas. Use the brake.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. That's all right. You're doing fine. Much better than last time.
Oh yeah, Lewis has been helping.
Whoa.
Damn it.
Why'd you stop? Why did you stop?
Walter! Come on, Walter!
Pass the butter, please.
Badass dad.
See, how does he do that?
Not cool, man.
How do they do that? I don't know if it's a.
What, you never
I don't know what
tried
their
to push
gender is.
some meth when you were my age? You're a pussy. You're a drug dealer. What happened to your face? Dad.
Let's go recruit some scientists.
Only the best and brightest.
We've got one hope. All America's industrial might and scientific innovation connected here. Secret laboratory.
What are we building? The only thing that can defeat the Nazis. A robot.
This is a matter of life and death.
You need to cut out all your loser crybaby crap right now and think of something scientific.
You're the great improviser, but this...
Nuts and bolts and screws and whatever little pieces of metal we can think of that is galvanized. It has to be galvanized or solid zinc.
Your Honor, my client had nothing to do with Hiroshima. All we saw was a burst of light. For all we know, it could have been a lightning strike, a natural cause.
Whoa! Damn, man, look at that, look! Yeah, bitch! Science!
Good shit. Alternative cuts. All right, well, that sadly, or maybe not so sadly, brings us to the end of our iceberg here. Yeah, sad to say, no more sections on the iceberg, but it was a fun time. We've gone a long way. We've covered basically all the Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul content there is in terms of varietals, in terms of channels. So, with that, I appreciate you. Oh, just kidding! Better watch TV, motherfucker! Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's one channel that I think is far and above the most fucking goated Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul channel there is. Better Watch TV. Now, here's the thing. Better Watch TV does do some stuff that some of these other channels do, where they might recap an episode a little bit. They'll probably go through the plot details, but you know what they do while they're doing that? First of all, they say they're pointing out the plot stuff and they're walking through it, and you know they're gonna do that, and they point out hidden details. They're like the hub of a lot of the information that I have in my head about Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. They do a fantastic job, and their editing's great, and the information is fun. It's very engaging, good content, and we're going to look at some of it. You might notice, yeah, these have been popping up on the sides because they're good pieces of content that should get recommended to you. Let's see, Breaking Bad video. Let's see how long it takes to get to one of these. Hopefully not too long. Of course, we've been tainting our algorithms, so who even knows? Breaking Bad, oh god. Some crap AI shit, I'm sure. Well, this isn't... Oh, there it is. There it is. Now, this isn't... this one's a little long to go through, so let's look at this one.
You have meddled with the primal forces of nature.
I love Better Watch TV.
It's time to break down Better Call Saul, one episode at a time, in order. This week it all begins, so now's a great time to subscribe if you haven't yet. I've got 90 details you might not know in Season 1, Episode
See, and
1.
what's crazy is I've even seen their editing get, like, significantly better from the start of this... Oh, God, I'm doing it again. From the start of the second season. But even, especially from the start of Breaking Bad, like, a lot of increase in quality, and also they have a lot of care and dedication. This is a channel that is large, but it has a lot of small channel charm, if that makes sense. They heart all the comments, they engage with the community in a very active way, so I like that a lot.
White. When this happened in Breaking Bad, it meant we're in a flash forward. Does that mean we're about to see the pink bear pop up? No, but that looks like a Cinnabon, and
See, in the editing's good
so
too.
Saul's best case scenario came true.
Best case scenario, I'm managing a Cinnabon in Omaha.
And this is a post-Breaking Bad flash forward. This was a real Cinnabon in Albuquerque's Cottonwood Mall, but that mural was created by the show. And I mentioned this in Granite State, but the Cinnabon line originally was Hot Topic instead. It turns out Cottonwood Mall has a Hot Topic, and unlike Cinnabon, it's still there. These are real Cinnabon employees from that location, except for Gene, the manager. In an early draft, his name was Keith.
Just another douchebag with a job and 3 pairs of
Watch out for
doctors.
They
Keith.
shot this in color, then changed it to black and white after the fact. His shirt was a bit of a baby blue. The reason for the black and white is to show the fun drained out of his life, but it's also a great visual shorthand to distinguish the post-Breaking Bad world versus the past. Just like with Jesse in Breaking Bad, a scary guy freaks him out, but we see it's a...
See, isn't this fun? They got nice little energy, and I know, like, they're breaking down the plot, kind of, but honestly, actually, not really. They don't necessarily break down the plot piece by piece. They just really point out the things chronologically that come up throughout the episode.
False alarm when he hugs someone. This lady's a Cinnabon executive. For this series, they were very aware of people trying to read every little detail, so they folded down the corner of this Omaha magazine so you couldn't read a date. Although I looked up all the old covers, and this appears to be fake anyway.
The 4K, you gotta have all your I's dotted and your T's crossed with the props, because you can read everything now.
This episode first aired on February 8th, a nod to the Breaking Bad episode called Better Call.
And as opposed to some of these other YouTubers we've been watching, they actually credit, like, whenever a commenter comes up with an idea, or a member or a Discord member, like, they screenshot it and they put it in here because they don't need to, like, pretend like all of the ideas are theirs.
Saul that first introduced us to the character. This is also really Albuquerque, and it was very hot when they filmed this. He's making a rusty nail, which has a reputation of being an old man drink. This is in stark contrast to what he drank in the before times. The Disappearers set him up with a way nicer house than Walt's, although he is able to hide in plain sight better. This is real local news footage from Omaha in 2002, and this is not just a snowstorm.
Making it even slippier or more slippery.
It was slip and fall season.
To get the glass to fog, they made it super cold and had Bob drink hot coffee. It's fitting that this is a Florsheim shoebox because they were founded and originally made in Chicago, and we'll learn he grew up in that area. There's a Panamanian passport. Perhaps his ultimate goal is to escape to Panama? It's interesting that these photos were developed in Maine and the name on the envelope is Fisco. However, this seems to be just a real envelope that they were able to procure. And now Saul relives his glory days.
Can't wait until Fisco gets a spin-off show.
There's our pop of color. Vintage, colorful Saul, a man who no longer exists thanks to Walter White. There was no real
See, small pieces of, like, analyses in addition, despite, you know, just being like a breakdown and an added hidden details thing. And there's some of the hidden details are a little tiny, but some of them are, like, really significant, and they're fun to know about if you care about these shows and their production.
On his glasses. They added it digitally using the old commercials they shot for Breaking Bad. The idea of the title sequence is to replicate a low-budget Saul Goodman commercial, providing a bit of a reminder of who the main character will eventually become. It was inspired by 80s public access TV, and it's like a continuation of what Gene was just watching on TV. And these are not meant to be film artifacts, but rather bad green screen. We won't see any film artifacts in this video because almost all of Better Call Saul was filmed digitally. Seasons 1 and 2 used Red Epic Dragon 5K cameras. Going digital was cheaper.
That's too bad, because Better Watch TV has a fun little thing through Breaking Bad where they point out all the film artifacts. Maybe if they go back and do like The Sopranos, they'll be able to point out the artifacts in that.
Faster and easier, both for filming and post-production, although they initially tested both, and Vince said if he could tell the difference, he would insist on film. He could not tell the difference. For the background, they're using previously unused footage that was going to be in that Better Call Saul Breaking Bad episode. The statue was not really on Saul's office building for this close-up. The title sequence changes in interesting ways from episode to episode, then season to season, telling a story on its own. We'll revisit this over time. Instead of the theme song they commissioned from Little Barry, their first idea was just to have a busy signal that got progressively louder. We then get a very realistic look at how tedious and unglamorous courtroom proceedings can be, unlike what we typically see on TV. And this is one of the few non-Albuquerque shots. It's a defunct courtroom in Las Lunas. Writer Tom Schnauz drew this picture. He also drew Walt Whitman in Gale's notebook. Although the courtroom was real, surprisingly, this bathroom is a set. The original script had Jimmy peeing here, but Vince realized it would be better to convey that the only reason he's here is that it's the only private space he had.
It's a good set.
19. Oh, to be 19 again. If I were held accountable for some of the stupid decisions I made when I was 19.
This is the only season 1 episode co-written and directed by Vince. He wrote the teaser and the first 2 acts, and Peter Gould wrote the rest.
They did a dumb thing. We're not denying that.
This lady's a retired court stenographer in real life, and she actually typed what he's saying.
Trespassing, it's a bit of a reach, don't you think, Dave? I don't think they deserve to have their bright futures ruined by a momentary lapse of judgment.
His suits were custom made in Italy,
I wish he came back.
A little bit loose and a little bit wrong, intentionally.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're bigger than that.
He just gave a 265-word defense, but the prosecutor needed 0.
See, I love little quips like that.
The tape was recorded in October 2001, our first clue to the time frame here. Vince chose this date as a nod to X-Files creator Chris Carter, whose birthday is October 13th and whose production company is called 1013. 1013 appears throughout the X-Files universe and on Gale's clock in Breaking Bad. Things like this is why people scour these episodes for hidden details.
We have the best fans in the world because these folks love to watch all the details.
Yeah.
They put so much effort into all those little details. They look at them all and sometimes find things that we didn't know were there.
People like Sayaka Mizono, who noticed this VCR is stopped right now, so the tape isn't actually playing. Vince also directed this tape.
I dare you to stick your wang in the throat hole. I will if you will, loser.
What the hell kind of math is that?
And we're now told explicitly it's May 2002. And we see his name is James McGill. After all,
my real name's McGill.
And he lives on
160 Juan Tabo.
700 per defense.
No. Defendant. 3 defendants, 2,100, which, by the way, bargain what I did for them.
They going to jail, ain't they?
They had sex with a head.
One trial, $700.
So you want me to spend 9 weeks of my life, one maniac at a time, with 3 maniacs skull fuck?
This hallway is the same spot Walt waited after getting pepper sprayed. Speaking of Walt, it looks like Icenberg was here, right by an homage to a Breaking Bad style film artifact. This is a normal doorway to a courtroom that was
It's
converted
just
to
a crack in the
putting
wall.
up this fake lower wall. They tried to match the marble with cheaper materials, although that base is a bit of a giveaway.
Sayonara, baby.
You have yourself a nice day.
That was an ad-lib. Some people swear this is Getz from Breaking Bad, but I'm here to tell you that is not DJ Qualls. Here's a photo of him from around the same time frame. We see him walking to that familiar white Cadillac, and that is the same Cadillac from Breaking Bad. But
Oh, that's fun.
It's a fake out. He drives a Suzuki Esteem that has seen better days. Vince said it's a nice car, but they chose it because the name is so ridiculous. But he also said this about Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium in Breaking Bad, so he's probably just softening the blow. He pushes the antenna aside in this shot, but it doesn't
Or
match
Dennis
the other
Hoffman.
shots where
Dustin
it's still running
Hoffman.
backwards.
Wait, yeah, Dustin. Whoops.
I
Dennis
used to wonder
Hoffman.
if he was supposed to be British
Dennis
or
Hopper.
Irish or something else, but Bob confirmed he intentionally did a bad British accent. It's based on Stu Richardson, the post-production supervisor.
Every chance I get to do the worst British accent that becomes Irish and Scottish, I do it. And I love the idea of Anglophiles watching going, that's not right.
Yes, Miss.
So you can tell they provide a bunch of additional insight, behind the scenes stuff, clips from like different podcasts or commentaries from the episodes, like a lot of depthful, thoughtful editing, and just like you can tell they care about the show, even though they're just doing these breakdowns, and it is kind of like a chronological, like plot forward type thing. But the difference is that, again, is just kind of a structural baseline for the content that they're making. That's how they're able to, like, that makes sense as a format for this, where they're like piece by piece showing you all of the elements that went into doing these episodes, versus just doing a plot breakdown when you say you're doing a review, when you say you're doing an analysis, when you say you are doing criticism. So I greatly appreciate content like this. Here's the crazy thing. This comes out on like a weekly basis. So I don't know. I don't very often do channel memberships. I did become a member of this channel, especially because they do like cute little member shout outs at the end. So why wouldn't you become a member of a channel like that? Now, I get it seems like I might be affiliated or associated. I'm not. I'm just a big fan of this channel. And I think it's a nice opportunity to kind of end this in a positive light, considering all of the questionable and kind of rough content we've seen today. But I do want to point out that there's a lot of people out there making really good content. Here, look, there's one that we didn't even mention, Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle has some fun episodes on Better Call Saul. I don't know if he has any on Breaking Bad, but he does have some good ones on Better Call Saul. Makes sense, he is a lawyer. Obviously, there's Just an Observation. There's Nerdstalgic. There's, who are some of the, Verdana. I didn't even watch that one, but that is a great video. The moment Walt becomes Heisenberg. It is fantastic. I would throw that on. It's just I would have to watch basically the whole thing to convey why that's such a good video, because it's a very cohesive unit. But yeah, there's just an Observation, another great one. Did I already say that? Yeah, no, I did say that, but Just an Observation and The Vile Eye. That was the one I was missing. And what is it? Just Therapy, or just I think it's Just Therapy. I might be getting that wrong. But their Better Call Saul videos are also great. And of course, in my opinion, the creme de la creme of just like Breaking Bad fan content, this series on Better Watch TV. All the hidden details in Breaking Bad and in Better Call Saul. And with that, that actually does take us to the end of the iceberg. Thank you very much for joining me today. It's been a fun little journey, exploring everything, looking at the different fringes and pockets of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul content. There's a lot of people out there making fun videos based off of these series that I do so enjoy. And even though I was hard on some of them, none of these are just objectively terrible videos. Some of them don't meet my fancy. Some of them got on my nerves for one reason or another. But I appreciate that we have this content out there. We have more things to enjoy peripheral to these series that are so fantastic. With that, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, or afternoon. Thank you for tuning in, and I will be streaming again soon. Until next time, goodbye.
This concludes our test of the Clay Devil broadcasting system. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.